To celebrate 3 years on YouTube and as a push to reach 1,000 subscribers, I've got 2 giveaways. The first giveaway is a commemorative plate from Franklin Mint of John Wayne, the Duke. And the second giveaway is a figure of Bebop from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. To win any of these 2, just put in any of my videos, put a comment with either hashtag the Duke or hashtag Bebop. The draw will be done once I've reached 1,000 subscribers, so good luck, and remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. Yay!
Is that Wayne?
Bravo.
Very so cool. Basically, yeah, I did that. It basically took me about 50 takes to get it without me going, what was I going to say? And basically go, delete, start again. It was, considering it's less, 34 seconds. It took me about 4 hours.
Oh my God. Well, that's how it is sometimes.
So, yeah. It was fun doing, but even I was getting sick of my own voice, going, oh, God. So, yeah, that's what my push is. 3 years to 1,000 subscribers. I'm just going to do that. Every video, I'm going to have that in it. So, that's what I'm aiming for. So,
right on.
Fingers crossed. That and my new channel. But that's another story. That's a fun story as well. Did you see it? Did you see it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Oh, that is awesome. Yeah.
And
who drew it?
He even got the beard right. Look, the 2 grey bits down the middle.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was at my niece's birthday party and she had a caricaturist. And I thought, I always wanted to get one. So I went down and I got it. And I was very, very pleased. So he's standing 2 grey bits as well. So I thought that was quite good. He's got it. Yay. So I don't need to do that all the time now. Look, it's honestly, it's great. It's no grey there.
I'm telling you, you should just shave that, man. Shave it right down the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's tough looking. The chicks dig that.
No, I'll let the grey do it for me. That way I can look as if that way without trying. But yeah, so been a busy week for a change out with work because I had Friday off, so that's why I went out detecting on Friday. So taking the Friday off because it saved me coming back from work and going straight back out to a party. I took the day off so I could relax, get things organised. And because I was so relaxed and had so well organised, I had 2 hours to go out and metal detect, which was fun. So, yeah, so there's a video up tomorrow and then one up on Wednesday. Wednesday's going to be when I load it up about 8 o'clock, what I used to do with my own channel. But that's on PJ May Be Old. So, channel actually mentioned. So, has anybody done anything fun this week? Watched anything fun? Obviously, Roman hasn't. He's been watching Mandalorian. So
I have not. I have not. This wasn't a good week. This was a bad week.
Yeah. I've been watching I started watching the Skinwalker Ranch. What is it called? It's called The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. So it was mentioned, they were talking about it in Final Frontier, Nerdrotic's new weird channel. So I watched the documentary and I find it quite interesting. Then I started watching it. So I'm looking forward to that. That should be fun. Mind you, saying that, unlike previously when I had a lot more time, I've only managed to watch the documentary in 1 episode. Normally, I'd be sitting down and it'd be one. I've just not had time. I've not had time to see briefly. So, yeah, so that's what I've been watching. That and metal detecting videos just to practice and understand what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, so,
Well, after I saw you all last Saturday, I watched the first two stories of Peter Davison, which I like. And
cool.
Not much else except for baseball and hockey because hockey teams are playing every day.
Oh my God. I'm so jealous.
Islanders one night, the next night, Rangers one night. Yeah, it's just crazy. Wall to wall. I'm in heaven.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, when I was in high school, I was friends with two brothers. One was a Rangers fan and one was an Islanders fan. I was a Rangers fan. So the Islanders brother used to sneak into the art room and draw like Islanders logos all over my art folder. But we had a good laugh.
My best friend is a Ranger fan. But I have another very close friend who's a Yankee fan, and I like her anyway.
I'm British. Every time you say Celtic, you say Rangers, I expect the other side to be Celtic because the only ones I know.
No, I know.
No. Colin. Yeah, one. You're a wee bit. It's a wee bit. Is it echoey or is it just my imagination?
It's not me this time.
But it's not Celtics. It's Celtics. It's Rangers. Glasgow Rangers and Glasgow Celtic.
Really?
Yes, Glasgow Rangers and Glasgow Celtic is the two big teams in the Glasgow area of Scotland. But yes, when you were saying Rangers, I'm sitting there thinking in Celtic.
Yeah, I was, and I don't do sports ball.
I know, I don't either, but half of my family are Rangers supporters, the other half are Celtic supporters.
My father was a history professor at a university in New York, and he would, when he was giving an overview of British history, he would say something like the Celts, the only Celts play in Boston.
But yeah,
known about the football team in Scotland.
Yeah, well, see, as soon as you mentioned that, that's all I was thinking. Rangers and Celtic, because I was brought up with it. It's part and parcel of the Glasgow life.
There's two North American teams named the Rangers. There's a baseball team called the Rangers. They're based out of Dallas,
Texas.
And then there is a hockey team called the Rangers, and they're based in New York.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And I don't know anything, and I know that.
And there's an army team called.
That's why you're wearing a Yankee hat.
I have three. This is my mid-tier Yankee cap.
Which is why you're wearing a Yankee hat.
I have one that's bleached white from going on walks and working. This one, which is a little bit nasty, but not too bad. And then I have my pristine Yankee cap, which I wear for special occasions, but I had to kind of rush out here today, so I didn't get changed.
Ian, Mega Geek, a Mets cap.
Hey, Auntie. Cap
in a stream, and I wanted equal time.
You're forgetting. I think there's also another Rangers team, which is the Army Rangers team. They just parachute in wherever they're needed.
Not quite a sports team. I mean, it's their sport is killing. Then they're fine at it.
I said they parachute in. Oh, come on! I've been off for 3 weeks. It's going to be some bad jokes.
Fair enough. I know life's not easy in 1356 either. It's tough back there. Yes. I mean. You've got all kinds of things you're dealing with.
We're just recovering from the Black Death.
I know.
Yeah.
Those were tough times.
It's going around again.
Colin's the only person that plays starts at 400 yards.
Yep.
We started
I tell you, Colin, I saw a Time Team episode where they were trying to find exactly where the Battle of Hastings took place.
You mentioned that, yes. It was
really, and I think it might have been actually in the middle of a roundabout.
Yeah. Well, they supposedly Battle Abbey was built there by William the Conqueror because he was guilty.
I know, and that's what they talked about in this episode. That's what they talked about in this episode, but they couldn't find anything near Battle Abbey that would imply that there had been a battle there. Right. So by the end of the episode, they pretty much narrowed it down to a roundabout in the middle of town.
Narrows it down.
See, that was completely different. Whereas me, when I was out my first dig, I was on the farm, and what I absolutely found is it was a farm, and it's been a farm for such a long time. There was just dirt on it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to finding more holes and more dirt. Should be fun. At least I get a walk.
So what's happening with you, Roman? What have you been watching besides the unmentionable?
Mandalorian.
Yeah, I won't talk about that. I talked about that plenty this week.
I haven't watched episode 8 yet.
I think I've probably seen roughly equally people who enjoyed Mandalorian and didn't. It seems to be quite.
I don't know who these people are.
Awful.
Well, I've got a story about that. People who enjoy the Mandalorian and people who don't, when it's the same person.
Well, Well,
One of my
haven't seen
friends,
it.
she was so looking forward to the Mandalorian starting. She was so hyped for it. She was so looking forward to it because it was meant to be better than the season 2. She really liked season 1. Season 2 was a disappointment, but season 2 is meant to be where it's going. And I was talking to her roughly about 6 episodes in, and she could just see her. She was just going, "Nope, I'm just watching it because it's on, and that's it." And that's
Well,
someone who was so looking forward to it, so enjoyed the first one, was disappointed with the second one, but was told it was going to get better. So she was so into it. And then it turned out it wasn't good at all. So she was actually disappointed.
Well, I was disappointed as well. Seasons 1 and 2 were good. Season 2 had a nice close with, the green football going off with Luke. And that should have been where the green football ended. It should never have come back. But Kathleen Kennedy and the cash cows at Disney forced that back upon Favreau, and it really showed that the green football had no place in this season. Everything was very forced.
Well, they're not going to get any merchandise sales if he's not in it. They're not going to get any merchandise sales if the green football's not in it.
Yeah, I know. It's all about the merch, but F the show. The show quality doesn't matter as long as the merch is moving. I started watching a new program called, it's new to me. I should say new to me, called The Night Agent. It was recommended to Mrs. of the Empire by some friends of hers.
Why does that name
ring a bell? It's not good. It's on Netflix. It's about it's an FBI agent who works in a basement, answers a phone, and there's someone in the White House who's a traitor, and there's trying to figure all these things out. I actually don't like the show. The writing is terrible, the acting is terrible. There's nothing good except I want to find out what happens as far as the plot goes. So I'm enduring the terrible dialogue, and there's this one gal. She's like the president's chief of staff. She delivers her lines like she's reading out of a book, just straight stereo instructions every time she speaks, and it is terrible. And the lines, like I said, the dialogue is bad, but we're a few episodes in. I just want to see how it ends now. Robert Patrick from Terminator 2, he's done a million things since then, of course. He's in it. If you guys watched Lucifer, Amenadiel, the actor who plays Amenadiel is in it. Those are the only 2 actors you're going to recognize, though. Most of them look like they belong on a not very good soap opera. The lead actor is fine. There's nothing, I don't really have anything terrible to say about him. He's fine in the role. He's not extraordinary. He's not awful. Everything else about the show, I don't recommend the show. Don't start it. Because, like I said, I'm just invested at this point, so I'm going to finish it like an idiot. We're almost done with Seinfeld. We're in season 7, so we have 2 more seasons of Seinfeld to go. We've been enjoying that immensely. Although I did see that Jason Alexander is leaving Twitter because he doesn't want to pay for the blue check.
That is so George.
I find that hilarious. It's like, we live in a society here. It is. It's total George. Like, I'm not going to pay for that.
They'll find him living under the desk in Twitter headquarters.
It's so bad. And then the rest of the week, I've been dealing with my son's car crash. So.
Yeah, I was so really sorry to hear about that, Roman. That was just only one silver lining is that he wasn't anywhere near the car when it happened.
And that's well, if someone had been walking past the car, they would have gotten showered and probably covered in glass because the everything exploded. It was such a I saw it happen. It was terrible. But Julie, what was that?
I missed that. Who did this happen to? I missed this.
Oh, my son. Well, it's my car. It's the car that I allow my son to use.
What happened?
No one was. Yeah, this guy was just driving. The car's parked in front of our house where it's always parked. And then I'm looking out the window. I'm feeding my special needs daughter, and I'm looking out the window, and a truck drives just full speed square into the back of the car. It just boom.
Oh,
it was just a nightmare. And now I'm dealing with some guy named Frank in New York because that's where the insurance is. Frank sounds like a lovely man, but it's like, oh my God. And then they registered, they filed a claim against the wrong vehicle. And I'm like, oh my God. So now Monday, everything starts again. And it's just, it's just a nightmare. Anyway, so that's where I am. And I'm spending $9 billion on my new patio cover. That's the other thing construction starts on that on May 1st.
Yeah, so basically about the same as much as I spent on my metal detecting stuff.
It's a lot. It's a surprising amount of money, is what it is. But quite honestly, if the car thing had happened first, I wouldn't be doing the patio because I know I'm going to end up. We had nothing to do with it. It's not our fault, but it doesn't matter. It's an older vehicle. It's going to get totaled, and I'm still going to end up spending thousands of dollars for something that wasn't our fault.
You need a whole new car.
That's mental.
And it's just kill me. It's
Yeah.
just been that, and that and the Mandalorian happened this week. So I mean, that's like the
I saw some of the
top
clips
of it all.
from it.
Mandalorian happened.
Yeah, I saw some of the clips from it. I saw Nerdrotic's review of it as well. So it was bad enough hearing you sort of go as you were reviewing. You could sort of see the chair going down, and it's almost.
Nobody's
And so it's fun, and it's basically then when Nerdrotic was showing, and he was showing some of the clips, and I'm sitting there thinking, really, the clips just look boring. Just apart from anything else, telling you it was slow and it was boring, and but seeing what they were doing to slow everything down. Ships coming down dead slowly, then landing, then the dam coming out, then them walking off slowly. And I'm sitting there thinking, I didn't think it was this bad. I know I knew Roman had actually said it was boring, but oh my god!
Like tactically, I never understood it. You know the location you need to get to, so you land your ship, 10 clicks away, and walk there. What? Why? I mean, and that's like one of the minor picks I have in the show. I have some, but it's one of those like the show. If you can just shut your brain off and watch it, it could be fun. The problem
that's what they're aiming for. That is their audience.
Yeah, because as soon as you throw any kind of analysis at it, it just starts unraveling rapidly.
In answer to your question, why would you walk? Because you don't want to be detected in the air. Depending upon the tactical situation, that one particular aspect makes sense, but the rest of it, I don't know because I've not seen it.
They didn't know anybody was on the planet, Colin.
Right? Okay.
They were looking for the Great Forge. That's their whole point in going to Mandalore in this one episode.
Right.
So they don't realize anybody's there. They don't expect to be attacked.
So
yeah.
Yeah, it's just
but then also the fact is, even if they did know somebody was there, do you think they only scan that wee bit of air? Considering it's the future, they think they would scan the planet, so they would know a ship was landing.
It's actually so much worse than. I mean, I can. If you haven't seen the show, I'm going to throw out spoilers here. Spoiler alert. There's a effing. It's everything's ex-Imperial, but I'm going to call it Imperial anyway. There's an Imperial garrison on Mandalore. They've been landing ships, coming and going, the Mandalorians, and no one has like popped up saying, "Hey, we may have a problem in Sector 5." Nothing. It's just like, bro, you just let them walk to you, and then okay, that's fine. Secret ambush, but there was no tactical value to an ambush. They had them outnumbered. As soon as they were coming down, and they just had their one ship, they could have blown them all to hell, and the show would have been over, and it would have made more sense. And I wouldn't have had to do more reviews, and I would have been happier. See, you got my blood pressure up. I'm turning red. Have
a pint. Calm down.
I hate it so much.
Someday.
I guess Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is going to be coming out here pretty soon. I'm going to go see it. I don't have high hopes. It's going to be one of two things, at least in Roman's brain, the way it's working. It's either going to be James Gunn's, farewell kiss to the fans, or it's going to be, screw this, I'm going to work for DC. Let's get this thing done and churn out a product. So I don't know. I'm hoping it's going to be the first, because I enjoyed Guardians of the Galaxy and Guardians of the Galaxy 2. I know not everybody enjoyed it as much, but I still thought it was a fun movie. So I'm hoping that part 3 is going to be fun, because that's the only thing remotely Marvel that I am looking forward to. The rest of it, I just literally do not care about. Ahsoka's coming on as well. That's coming in August. That's a horrible birthday present.
Is it the Apostles or whatever it was as well? Is that not a Star Wars one?
Oh! I know what you're talking about, but only vaguely. I see they did all these Disney announcements, and I just didn't care. I didn't care about so many of those. Like, Disney's got announcements. Oh, yay! And they're going to be making more movies with. I'm trying to V-chip myself here, so I don't. The sailor in me wants to go on a blue streak of swearing right now. They're making more movies with Ray. Ray.
She was so popular, you know. Everybody
didn't destroy the franchise or anything.
Well, apparently they're actually bringing back Finn as well, despite what
they did to him.
I'm surprised John Boyega is coming back because they give him a pretty good screwing.
Yeah, they did. Money must be good. I'll tell you that.
I thought.
See, I would be in the movie for. I mean, you don't even need to pay me that much. I would do it for a meager salary of about $30,000 because I would take care of some stuff. I'm cheap. I'll even do full frontal nudity in Star Wars for $30,000. I'm throwing it out there now. If you want me, here I am.
I thought for a second there you were going to say that James Gunn's going to do a Cartman and say, "Screw you guys, I'm going home."
See, I've never been a big fan of Guardians.
I'm going to DC. I'm going to DC.
Yeah, I've never been a big fan of Guardians of the Galaxy, so even the first one or second one, I just didn't find it interesting. I thought,
I don't know if you can blow me up for a second, PJ. I got a new figure. I can't go get him for show and tell later. So I got Crackling. You can kind of see him right there.
Yeah, you can just see the spike. You can just see the spike.
Yeah, so that's one of the new things that came in this week. So I got other things for show and tell later, but that one wasn't like even show and tell worthy. Really, it's like it's Crackling. It really gives a shit. But I wanted to have. I got to get Mantis, and then I could have like my complete set because I like to have those. But you can't find a Mantis. The problem with Mantis, these are idiot nerd problems. The problem with Mantis is they made her a Build-A-Figure when the first round of these things came out.
So you had to buy.
Or you can find her on eBay, but the again problem is she was a Build-A-Figure, so she is going to cost a lot of money. Anytime you buy a Build-A-Figure, they're a lot because people bought 5 action figures to make this action figure, and I didn't see that they were necessarily making one for Guardians 3. I hope they do. Will they? I don't know. I'm also Mrs. of the Empire has put me on an album and action figure buying moratorium right now because of all of the patio wasn't a surprise expense, but the car purchase, the upcoming unwanted car purchase is and I'm going to Vegas next week. I got the meetup, and I'm like, I'll cancel the trip.
Yes, I know. I bet you're looking forward to that. At least a break.
Well, I hope so. I hope it's going to be a good trip. I actually have a traveling partner now. I was going to be driving to Vegas alone, which had a certain appeal, except for I've met me, and if anything goes wrong, they're just going to find the coyotes eating my bones in the desert, 3 weeks later. So it's me because I'll be wearing like a Ramones shirt. Oh yeah, that's him. But so my buddy Tom from Tom's Tinkering and Adventures, he's another YouTuber. He actually is a person unlike me who just does pop culture and collects action figures. He shows you how to fix stuff. So if you like car and motorcycle repair or anything like that, he is your zombie apocalypse buddy. And so I'm looking forward to going on this trek to Vegas with him. It takes like 5 or so hours to drive from here. So now I have someone to eat with.
If the zombie apocalypse happens, you've got somebody to eat.
He'll eat me, dude. I'm dead. I'm dead, and I'm probably pretty tasty. I'm seasoned with a lot of salt and bourbon. So
5 hours isn't much of a drive for you guys. Summer spent 7.5 bloody hours on the road a couple of weeks ago.
Oof. That's a lot.
2/3 of that before I even reached Wales.
You could drive across the entire all of Britain in like 7 hours?
You can drive across it, yes, but not up and down it.
Yeah. If you're on motorways, probably yes, but unfortunately I wasn't. I was on motorways than than quote unquote roads, and then I took a wrong turn. I'm following side for Carnarvon, and I took a wrong turn. I followed the road to Carnarvon, right? North Wales is rather mountainy and it's got a lot of lakes in it, and the roads aren't that wide. So I'm going down these roads, but it is a beautiful countryside, absolutely beautiful. Easter weekend, and the weather was fantastic. Everywhere I went, half the problem was the roads were parked up on both sides, and I'm going down these round. Oh, fortunately, I found a quiet way to come back, and I didn't go past the quarry on the way back. But
yeah, driving around Wales is absolutely stunning. Almost as nice as Scotland, but
I'm not sure if I've never driven around Scotland, so I don't know if driving around Scotland is as terrifying as some of the roads in Wales.
It's not as terrifying, except when you go up really far north, and it's a lot more B roads.
Yeah,
but yeah, it can be fun. I used to do it on my bike, so I would just drive around Scotland. It was fun. Go out for a couple of hours and just drive up north and stay overnight and drive around, go down the coast and stuff like that.
I hate it.
I don't mind it.
Even if there's like beautiful things to see, I hate driving. I have to drive because you have to be able to go places. And in Southern California, nothing is close. I mean, that's the nature of, you know, the way that our society was formed. But I hate it. So I was the drive to Vegas, I was dreading sitting in the car for that long. Having a like I said, having a co-pilot should make the journey more tolerable. And Tom, it's funny. So he's been looking up the buffets not to go to in Las Vegas. So because we don't, because I'm covering the room and the gas because this is my trip. And he said he's going to pick up. He wants to go to one of the big buffets. So he's like, hey, I got to figure out which one we don't want to go to. I'm like, all right, that's probably a good idea. You don't want to pay out, $80, $100, and then you're like, oh my God. Or you get like ptomaine poisoning, and then that's not good either. Then you're just crapping yourself the rest of the time you're in Vegas.
Yeah. I must admit, I don't mind driving. I quite enjoy a drive, but that's just me. I don't even care what countryside I'm driving through. I just barely even notice it. I usually have got my audiobook on, just sit and relax and drive. I quite enjoy a drive. And I'm looking forward to September so I can go down south. I'm hoping it's not London so I can drive down, but if it's in London, I ain't driving anywhere near London.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. And then next April, I'll be flying in. I'll not be driving in.
That's the road that they mention in Good Omens, the one that David Tennant as Crowley.
The M25.
Yeah.
The M what?
M25.
Okay.
They call it the M25 car park.
Okay. Well, if you ever see the very first season of Seinfeld, which personally was my favorite because it was still very New York centric, it hadn't gone for mass appeal yet. There's a line in there when somebody says something about, oh, you're going to take the Van Wyck. And
yes,
nobody beats the Van Wyck. It's same thing. Van Wyck Expressway is a misnomer.
Yeah, it's the same as in the M25. That's why they call it the M25 car park.
Right. Well, that's the point. Yeah. The Long Island Expressway is the world's longest parking lot.
Half our motorways are like that. I think I got stuck in slow moving to stop-start traffic 3 times before I hit Swindon, and Swindon's about 40 miles from me.
I've done that before. I've drove down to, was it Southampton, which was a 10-hour drive. So I drove down to Southampton, and then which the traffic was great all the way down, no delays, nothing. Then I drove all the way back up, no delays. And as soon as I was 10 miles outside Glasgow, I hit traffic, and it took me just as long to drive that 25 miles than it did the 400 miles or 500 miles down to Southampton.
Oh my Lord.
I basically hit traffic, and that was it, dead stop. And that was me. And I was, oh, bummer. It's not fun when that happens.
No.
But
And then unfortunately, came against the South Wales last weekend.
So, first thing I want to say is R.I.P. Barry Humphries.
Yes.
Dame Edna. Dame Edna passed away.
Sad.
Roman doesn't know who Barry Humphries is. He was an Australian.
I just don't know who the man is.
Dame Everidge. He was a comedian who dressed up as a woman and
was very
be a socialite.
Ahead of his time, apparently.
Very
much so, yeah.
There was also the people used to always say they always used to call him a drag queen. It was a drag act, and he says no.
Okay.
I'm a comedian who dresses as a woman for comic effect.
Exactly.
Didn't he also have that other character that was the
Les Patterson?
Yeah,
he had a Les Patterson who was an Australian counsellor who was fat and gross and all out, and he'd be sitting there with a tie with the bits of gravy on it, and his stomach would be sticking away out. Yeah, and he'd be all doing that. So he had a lot of characters, but his famous one was Dame Edna Everidge.
Yeah,
and he passed away 80 odds today. So he did. That was a shame.
That's the article I read.
Yeah, it was just a shame to hear because last week we was it last week? The week before?
Last month was Paul Savage.
Last month, Paul Savage, Lily Savage, Paul O'Grady, and it was Lily Savage, and then you've lost Barry Humphries, who was Dame Edna.
Paul O'Grady was such a lovely person as well, and he was such an advocate for dogs. He had a show for the love of dogs. Yeah, what a lovely guy.
Yeah. Well, my wife said that they had a part of his funeral on the news, and all the Battersea dogs from the dogs home came out, and they were lining and gave him an entourage.
Yep,
so they did. They gave him an entourage, and all his own dogs had the wee black bow ties on.
I couldn't have even watched that. I would have been absolutely destroyed.
As my wife says, he would have loved it because he loved his dogs. He loved dogs
absolutely.
So much.
There was a flower arrangement in the shape of a dog called Buster.
That was his dog.
I know.
Buster passed away. He would sit and do his talk show with his dog sitting next to him. That was Buster, who would be quite happy, and he passed away.
YouTube for all sorts of clips of him as Lily Savage, and he was hilarious.
Yeah, Paul was great as Lily Savage, and it was. I know Barry Humphries didn't like the Lily Savage character because he found the humour too much.
It was a little rushed.
As I liked to do them, they were completely different humour.
Yeah. Well, they had their own. They had their own thing.
Yeah.
Lily Savage was more convincing as a woman than Dame Edna.
Getting a little
yeah.
Too much. That's too much.
Not me.
Well, Dame Edna, she would have the very pencil thin school marm glasses. You know what I mean? And then she had the blue hair and the big ball gowns. So she was basically an over the top older woman. That's what he was playing. Can you imagine Hinge and Bracket? And Dame Edna would fit in very well with Hinge and Bracket.
Oh, yes.
Did Barry Humphries ever play in The Importance of Being Earnest? Because he'd have been a good Lady Bracknell.
I don't think he ever did. I can't imagine him being such a comic actor actually doing something.
Lady Bracknell's hilarious. I did actually see a production of The Importance of Being Earnest. It was a National Theatre live production with David Suchet as Lady Bracknell.
Oh, that must have been a trip. Yeah.
Poirot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He's marvelous.
Either that or he had tweezed earlier that day or bleached. But he was terrific as Lady Bracknell. Really good.
Yeah. But it's just a shame we've lost so many good female impersonators. They're not they weren't drag, they were female impersonators.
On the other hand, guys, we've still got Jinx Monsoon.
Yeah, well,
Mother of God! What?
That pretty much sums it up, Roman.
Pretty much.
Between the monocle wearing weirdo and this, what is the BBC doing? Are they? I mean, is it literally just f off Doctor Who fans? Because
Yes.
they're not doing well.
They're not. They're basically. What have I been? I've been saying from day one.
I know.
And basically, people think, you're overreacting. Really? Me? I don't overreact.
It's killing me because you see pictures of Shooty and the small
great.
blonde girl together. They're like doing something
in the 60s. That picture looked great. I must admit, that picture looked great in the 60s.
Cheeks out there, man, and it's like, what are you doing to me, guys? You had my hopes up. I dared to hope. I dared to dream, and gone.
Yeah, I saw the picture with the two of them in the 60s, and I thought that looks 60s. Right. It looked so cool.
Like
it did, and then you hear the rest, and you sit there going, "Oh
yeah." That episode, whenever it airs, that particular story where the latest pictures of Shooty and Millie. Mm-hmm. It just looks so sharp, so good, and I just pray that the story is of the same quality, and I have high hopes for story quality, hopefully. But we've just talking the other day on Discord. It's like being on a roller coaster. It's like I'm on the roller coaster, and I'm like, nope, I'm done. I'm getting off, and then it comes around again, and I get on it again, like Charlie Brown with the football.
Exactly.
I can't.
That's exactly it. Charlie Brown with the football, and the BBC are the ones going.
All fandom is like that, though. I mean, if you're a fan of a sports team other than the Yankees, you get your football ripped away from you too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. I was a Rangers fan long before they won the cup.
Between 1940 and 1994. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just I've got
the chant.
I'm just so glad I actually didn't even contemplate watching Doctor Who.
Yes. The smart one. We all know. PJ said it.
In all fairness, can I record that wee bit you said there? Because my wife will never believe anybody ever said I was a smart one.
I mean, I'll be watching the David Tennant episodes. I will. Freely admit this. I'm giving Millie a chance. I just will.
I'm going to watch it, Julie. I'm going to do exactly what I did with what's her face in the Batman,
face.
the Jodie era. I watched season 1. I gave it a full chance.
Yeah.
Before I'm like, ooh, I'm not coming back to this. But I did it so that I could speak about it with some intelligence. When why don't you like it? Hey, you just
have a
give
voice.
Me a chance. You don't like it because it's a woman. No, I don't like it because the writing was terrible. She's a bad actress, and the entire direction of the show has changed and in a manner that I do not find favorable or enjoyable. So I'm going to watch this season. I'll obviously watch the David Tennant stuff because that's hopefully not they're not going to crap all over that. They'll wait to crap later, during the show after they have us. So, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. So that's when I think they'll start dropping the turds. Or maybe they won't. No, stop it, Roman. Stop it.
It's that football again. It's that down football.
Go on, Roman. I'll not pull it away. Go.
I must admit, I haven't seen that. With a couple of things that have come out recently, films and so on that people have said, I think there seems to be a bit of a push on behalf of the media for some things to be that don't actually come out that way. So, when I sort of saw those pictures, I thought pantomime villain, but not necessarily a bad idea. The picture, the image,
you cut out there.
What the character is going to be. If the character is going to be non-human, for example, things like this.
There were some pantomime villains. I mean, what was the episode? Oh God, it was the Third Doctor and Joe in that toy. They got shrunk.
Oh no, that was the one where Oh God, I remember it because the monster came out after them. Right. It was the one with the pirates and stuff like that, and the sailors.
Carnival of Monsters with the Drashigs.
Carnival. It wasn't the Carnival of Monsters. That was Sylvester McCoy.
Oh, I know, but it was like the villains were these people who owned the big structure that they were trapped in.
Yeah.
Was that kind of Monsters where you got Ian Martin before he was?
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Then unfortunately, then the video came out and he opened his mouth, and I thought, oh dear. But I thought, okay, well, hold on a second. All of this is publicity. All of this is what the media is giving us. And unfortunately, until we see exactly what these things are going to be, we don't know. I mean, we all expect it to be absolute crap.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's been some things. What was it that a lot of people were saying? The Dungeons and Dragons movie.
They basically says how bad it was going to be.
And then everybody, they had the worst PR for that movie.
But I think they did it deliberately because
why would you do that?
Because they think that's what people want to see. And by the way, guys, Carnival of Monsters, I was getting it mixed up with Great Show on Earth, the Sylvester McCoy one.
Yeah.
Great Show in the Galaxy. That's the I was getting the two of them mixed up. Sorry.
Okay.
Right. But no, I think they deliberately did that because if they tell you how bad it's going to be and then somebody actually comes and says, well, it's actually not as bad as that. No, they did this and they did that. Then they're getting positive feedback from the viewers. Whereas if they say how this and that, and then people go, aye, but it's got this and it's got that. So they tell you how bad it is. And then all the reviews are more positive reviews rather than negative reviews. I think they did it as a deliberate step.
Well, yeah, because you can make it doesn't even have to be a great movie, but if it doesn't have all the crap in it that they said was going to be there, and it's an okay movie, you've got yourself a win. You're right. You're right.
Managing expectations.
I can't believe I'm telling you you're right twice in one show. That's really bringing me down. Just so you know.
Calm down, PJ. It's not going to last. Calm down. But no, I think that's what they did it. And the thing is, and I think because of everything Wizards of the Coast did, I don't think it's going to save it. It might have actually turned down and it's not too bad, and it wasn't as bad as people were told it was going to be. Yeah, but I think there was just so much backlash because of everything Wizards of the Coast and Dungeons and Dragons have done. It's just not going to help it.
Well, I think it bombed. If I remember rightly, I think the reviews are saying it bombed quite at the box office. But the thing is that a lot of
people wouldn't surprise me at all. No. Because I know a lot of people didn't go out to see it. I mean, the die had already been cast, so even when people came back and said it's not as bad, no one cared at that point. I didn't even care that it existed at all, frankly, ever, good or bad. I didn't care about it because, let's face it, Dungeons and Dragons, whilst I know it's still out there and people do still play it, but as far as like a hot property goes, nah, man, you could have made. There are a lot of other things you could have made instead of that movie. But, you know, I'm reading right now, speaking of things that bombed, the National Treasure show.
Without
Nick Cage. Gone, baby, gone. It's that's because it's sexist. No one wanted to watch it because there was a woman in the lead role. No one wanted to watch it because it was a movie about Nicolas Cage, being a weirdo who liked finding historical things. And you replaced it with, some gal that it's just you can't.
Some illegal immigrant.
Accordingly, she wasn't even an American citizen. Actually, interested in American citizens, American stuff. It was an illegal immigrant just trying to find something that her father found interesting or left.
When I'm sorry, I had a thought, and I don't want to lose it because it's. Have you started watching the Winchesters?
No. Funnily enough, I was chatting about this very thing with Andy earlier. Haven't watched it yet. I'm still working my way through. We're still watching Supernatural at the moment, but I'm nervous. But I have been told
I saw episode 1.
Yeah, that there is an appearance by Jensen that's going to be worth watching. But I think
I haven't gotten to. I don't. Here's the deal. I don't know if I'm going to commit any more time to it.
Yeah,
episode 1 didn't grab me.
No.
And if you're going to have an episode that grabs you, episode 1 should be it. So
you would hope.
What's her name? Mary. It's Mary, right? The mother.
Yeah.
She is a Mary Sue character. She is, stronger, better, faster than John, who is a bumbling idiot.
Yeah, that's me out right there.
It already laid the groundwork for me not to like it. And it's supposed to be taking place in the 1970s, and it looks like it's taking place in 2023 with people dressed up like they're in the 1970s.
Oh God.
It's just the production on it isn't great. And I feel because I love
basically what they've done is say, instead of actually dressing the sets, we'll just dress people up and people will think it's the 70s.
It doesn't have that vibe at all. Well, John's mother, who I don't know what her name is, I don't care. She's like running a garage, like an automotive, garage in the early 70s. Did it happen? Sure, but that was a very uncommon deal for a lady to be in that line of work back then. So just, they're already, things like that. And like I said, the Mary Sue character, they've got 2 sidekicks who I also don't care about, a generic lady of some nationality, I don't know, and a similar male character who's also a bumble. And they were riding around in a van and having some adventures. They're trying to find Mary's father. That's, I guess, the storyline for season 1. And they've got, they got the Men of Letters, key jangling. So, hey, remember the Men of Letters? That stuff's going on. But so I have so much other things. There's so many other things that I need to devote my time to. I don't know that I'm going to spend another minute with the Winchesters. If you wander into it and you discover that you like it, and you tell me, you know what? That first little bit sucked, but once you get past that, it's fine. But right now, like I said, I just got so much going on between the music and the channel and the thing and the construction and the burning vehicle in front of my house. I'm just swamped.
See, I agree with you. See, normally I give a season 3 episodes. First one's always about the generic, the thing.
The who's who in the zoo.
The second one is establishing the characters, and the third one is bringing the characters I've established and the theory of the thing together. So the episode 3 is usually the first everything working properly. So the first one's to grab you in with the thing. The second one is to introduce the characters, and the third one is put them together. If I can't get it by episode 3, I'm usually, no, it's not going to work for me. That happened only once. The Almighty Johnsons. I watched the first 3 episodes, and I could not get into it. My friend turned around and says to me, watch it till episode 5 when Thor comes in. And I thought, okay, I'll give it another go. And as soon as I got to episode 5, it all just gelled together. So sometimes, yes, the first couple of ones you give it and it doesn't gel. Later on, you look at Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yeah,
season 1 was
right.
just
season
that.
1. Season 1
was basically you were watching it because it said Star Trek, and that was the only reason you were watching it, because you would have James doing it, or you would have DeForest Kelly coming in, boys, and you would see wee bits and pieces of here, and that's why you were watching it. Star Trek, you might see an old Trek character coming in. Season 2, they obviously realised, get rid of that.
We need to step it up.
But it does happen. It does happen. Sometimes you get something that is bad and then it gets really good. Sometimes you get something that's really good and then goes really bad. But
yeah, I'm not there. Like I said, I just don't know. Like I said, I got so many other things I'm trying to get done. I just don't know if I am overwhelmed a lot of the time just because I feel like I got too much other stuff that I'm trying to get taken care of. I mean, on a positive note, though, we did get so John, the blue collar guy, came over this week, recorded some backup vocals with me. I got my guitarist over here. I got the guitar recorded, and I'm down to doing levels now. Pretty much the mix is as good as I know how to make it with my limited skills. But so that was good. That eats up a lot of time, though. Man, I'm getting up like at 6 o'clock in the morning, which I know for normal people that's not early, but for me as a retired man, that's early. And I come out and I work out here in the studio of the Empire for a couple hours before everybody else gets up, and that's pretty much the time I can devote to that. Yeah, I would agree with that, Retro Doc. That seems maybe a half dozen, maybe. Season 2 was better, though. I think just objectively,
season 2 was better. There wasn't a lot of really good episodes, but there was a lot of episodes that they weren't terrible.
Yeah,
and
I don't think the Winchesters will get better. No, I don't think so either.
Yeah,
Galactic. I don't. Would I like it to? Yeah, obviously I would, because I enjoyed. But that's the problem with spinoffs as well. They are almost never of the same caliber. Every now and then, you get the miracle. But by and large,
and then you get the real miracle. You get the Xena and Hercules and Xena, where the spin-off is as good as you. Better than both are really good.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago, though.
when you get a show that me can sit through and ignore the fact that in the Lifetime of One character they go from 1350 BC Troy to 5th century Britain and King Arthur. I can sit and watch that and not explode. You know, it's a good show.
It's a great show.
The thing is, see, from early spin-offs, I remember there was one show that launched a spin-off, which launched a spin-off, which launched a spin-off. And to me, they were really good because they took the spin-off character and didn't change them. So you had the Mary Tyler Moore show, who launched Rhoda.
Yep.
Right? And Rhoda was really good. Hello, this is Carlton, your Dawn Man. Still remember that. And which launched Phyllis, which was okay. But you also had things like Cheers, which launched Fraser.
Which was excellent.
Good.
Yeah.
I like
because
Fraser.
They didn't change the characters. They moved them to a different location, but they didn't change the characters. Now, what they do is they create a spin-off and change the character as if the character was a completely different character. The reason you created the spin-off is because that character was so good. Why would you change it?
Right.
And that's the problem.
Just laughing at what Retro Talk just put in the chat.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot about Joni Loves Chachi, Retro.
Oh my
God. Okay.
Yeah.
I had actually opened up a space in my brain because that information wasn't there anymore, and now you put it back. So something else just moved out of my head because you put Joni Loves Chachi back in there.
But happy days.
Yeah, I forgot that. I forgot that one as well. Okay, so on the theory, older ones sometimes got it right. See, there you go. That's another argument because you've got a lot of good spin-offs. You get occasional draws away back in the day. Now you get a lot of draws with the occasional good spin-off.
Yeah,
I absolutely hated Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul was good.
Yeah, I liked both of them a great deal. I loved Breaking Bad, but Saul was such a great character. I mean, I haven't finished Better Call Saul yet. We started watching it, then we got derailed, and I need to go back to ground zero with Better Call Saul just because it's been too long now. So I'm going to be lost because we're watching that terrible show, the Night Agent and Seinfeld. On what else are we watching right now? We're watching on HBO with Logan Roy, the Roy family, Succession. That's been a really, really enjoyable show. And then Barry is on its final season. I don't know if any of you guys watch Barry. Barry is great. So he was a Marine and I don't remember if it was Afghanistan or Iraq. It doesn't really matter. But he's a little PTSD, and it's a really super dark comedy. And he becomes a hitman when he gets back. That's how he deals with this. And man, it is just so good. The characters are so well written.
What's that called?
Happy Days. The Fonz. Henry Winkler is on the show. He plays an acting teacher, and he's old and fat and hilarious. He's great. It's a quality show, so I definitely recommend Barry.
What's that called?
Barry.
Barry.
B-A-R-R-Y. Yeah. It's on HBO.
Yeah, I'll have a look for it.
Well, listen, you get occasion. These days, we get Death in Paradise and Beyond Paradise. You get the spin-off is good. Different style, and they've changed. I've put a few things into Death in Paradise, which I think, into Beyond Paradise, which they didn't have in Death in Paradise, and I think, no, sorry, I'm going to skip past this bit because I'm bored. But I'm bored with the romance bits and bits, but you get those spin-offs. I've actually been watching more corp shows recently. I've been watching Sister Boniface.
I like Sister Boniface.
How has it been progressing? Because they threw some things in there that I didn't really dig, because we started watching it and we stopped watching it actually because of the stuff that they were throwing in.
There was a bit in the last one I saw, which I think was episode 4 of season 2. I'm a bit confused about exactly what they are. Was very basically they were doing a piss take of the Carry On movies. And I was sitting there thinking, okay, so that's literally, you can literally tell which of the Carry ones it was. But the one before that, they had a character in it, and I immediately knew what the character was, and I thought, you don't know your history, do you, you bastards? Because they had a character in it. It was another disabled character. And this was very close to my heart here, because I know exactly how old this character should not have been my age. This character should have been about, depending on where they are in the 60s, under 10 years old, because this character had a very particular deformity.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know what that one is, because fortunately, my mum didn't get morning sickness, because the actor was a thalidomide baby.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and that was, I think, in the 1960s, there was a drug for morning sickness called thalidomide, and it caused a lot of birth defects, and the major birth defect tended to be an atrophied arms, which is what this actor had got. And I thought, no problem, the actor, but he's about 50 years too early to have that particular deformity.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
I've seen the episode. That's the last episode I've seen. I think that was 3.
Yeah, there's one more where they are they're very basically they're doing they're filming. There's a Carry On movie.
Which I don't know.
You see the cats, and you can literally work out exactly which Carry On actor that is supposed to be. And it's even called what's it called?
Carry On Sister.
No. This series of movies is called and it's a catchphrase with the Carry On. I can't remember what it was.
What a Carry On?
No. The series of films that they're making was something that's similar to. It was a police one. So basically, they were making Carry On Constable, and there's a murder in Carry On Constable. It's been filmed in Great Slaughter, but I can't. There's a
trailer for that, but I haven't seen the show.
Yeah, but no. It's I can't. What the series of films within the show is filmed is they're obviously based on the Carry On to the fact that you can see which character is Sid James, which character is Barbara Windsor, which character is Bernard Breslau, which character is Kenneth Williams. But it'll come back to me. But basically, the series of the title was a catchphrase. I'm sure it was one of the guys, but it made sense in context. And I've had a brain fart on what the catchphrase was. But it's quite clever. But it's a very clever one. I mean, I like Sister, but there's a few bits and pieces in that where I keep thinking, yeah, I can see the message coming through.
Yeah, I know Father Miller doesn't like the show. but I'm finding it entertaining, and I'm not a priest and I'm not Catholic. So
I was going to say, yeah, I would suspect that Father Miller might have some professional insights.
Exactly, which I don't have. So I'm enjoying the show.
The other one I've just finished watching was a show from last year. My God, can you tell it from last year? Called hold on. It was about the Met Police Bomb Disposal Squad.
Oh.
And it was quite a good show. It was quite good, but there were bits and pieces of them going, oh no, come on.
Was that the one where they actually found a rope and it pulls it all up and it exposes all the bombs? And you got people in the bomb disposal were actually going, really? He's standing in the middle and he actually pulls this rope and thinks this should be okay because they think there's bombs there, but it shows them all the bombs around them, and you're sitting, and a lot of people who were bomb disposal experts criticised it because it showed something you should never do when you're actually defusing a bomb. See a big rope and pull it.
No, this is called Trigger Point, and the extras that I downloaded were some. They're actually made. They've got their consultants are ex-cops and ex-bombists, but they are, they said everything they put on screen, they made sure was something you would see, you would do. The only thing was that, so it's set in 2022 London, so I can accept the, I can thoroughly accept the diversity of the characters.
Did any of you ever see Danger UXB?
When they start talking about far right terrorism, you go, oh god, here we go. But it wasn't that bad.
What?
Some bits and there was actually a it wasn't quite what you thought was. It's quite well done all the way through. I mean, I did quite enjoy some. There's some bits that I'm going, oh, this is 2022, isn't it? But yeah, lots of female leads and the rest of it. But I actually I generally quite enjoyed it.
I just remember the only bomb disposal thing I've seen is Danger UXB back in the early 80s.
Yeah.
That was good. I really liked that one.
There was a comedy a few years ago called Bluestone. It's called Bluestone something, and that was a comedy set in Afghanistan, bomb disposal comedy set in Afghanistan, which was quite good. But
do you know what was a good one? Bomb disposal unit. It was the comedy. Oh, just as I said that, my mind just went blank.
Isn't that Joni Loves Chachi thing? I'm telling you.
I've got the box set over there, and I can't remember it. It is Bluestone 42.
Yeah, that's Bluestone 42. Yeah, that's what I was.
Bluestone 42 was absolutely fantastic. The first season was the best. The other two seasons weren't as good, but they weren't bad. But the first season was absolutely hilarious.
My only real problem with that is, and it could be a case of I've been out of the military for a very long time. They were and I know bomb disposal units are quite close. They did seem to be a lot. The discipline and relationships seemed to be a lot more casual than I would have expected in the army. But as I say, that may be accurate for the 2000s. I don't know. But yeah, it was good. I liked that.
Shouldn't
and
be.
They left it on a
they left it on a comedy high note. So they did. With the guy actually deciding not to go home. Yeah, but Bluestone 42 was good. I enjoyed that. I thought that was really fun.
Speaking of more comedies, have any of you listened to Hut 33?
Hut 33, I've never even heard of that one.
It takes place at Bletchley and is a BBC Radio 4 story.
Not heard about it.
Sounds interesting. Well, it depends what era BBC.
I can see. It's a comedy, 3 series set during World War II, follows the adventures of a team of code breakers at Bletchley.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on a World War II kick right now, so I just might listen to it.
Yeah, I've not heard of that one at all.
It's got Robert Bathurst, Olivia Colman.
I like Olivia Colman. I always love Olivia Colman. She is good in everything.
She is brilliant.
Good in everything she does, really. And then Alex McQueen, whom I'm listening to as the master right now in the 8th Doctor set, Dark Eyes. I think he's a good master. He's not as wild and crazy as some. He's cold and he's calculating, and he doesn't go, like, again, wild and crazy like Sacha Dhawan. Or actually, Sacha Dhawan was in one of the stories I was listening to, which is a little weird. No, but Alex McQueen is a very good master, I think.
I have to.
You think they'll bring the master back?
That would be interesting.
Well, given that a certain character is supposed to be the Doctor's most dangerous enemy, there have been some ideas as to who a particular character might be, and if they do that, then that's going to kill the series.
Yeah, exactly, Roman.
God. Doctor Who. Hey, have any of you seen Picard season 3? I haven't watched it, and I've heard good and bad. Like, I know Gary loves it.
I heard Gary loves it, and a few Desperoo and stuff like that have given it decent reviews.
So, but one of my other nerd friends, the Nerdporial life form, he's a real, he's a heavy Trek dude. He didn't dig it. So it's like, oh, do I want to? Because I was just going to buy the season and watch it, but I'm like, oh, do I want to devote, spend money, and 2, devote time to this?
I noticed it had one thing I noticed about it. Had every as far as I haven't seen it, but from the reviews and things I've seen, it had every member of the original crew in it, apart from Denise Crosby, for obvious reasons, and oddly enough, no Will Wheaton. So that's definitely a point in its favour.
That actually makes that encourages me a great deal, because
the big difference a lot of the positive and negative things I've heard about Picard, a lot of people liked it. I think more people liked season 3 than didn't like it based on how season 1 and 2 went. However, I've not heard anybody say anything bad about the one scene, which they didn't do in Star Trek, they didn't do in Doctor Who or whatever, is they had the Enterprise D and the crew all on the bridge together. And everybody said that scene was just very iconic of what you want to see in it.
Okay, I think I'm going to destroy one of the movies. So we'll have to see how much, if I can squeeze that into the schedule. Of course, the only thing is I'm the only one in the house who watches Star Trek, so I'd be on my own for that. Which is fine. I'm it is what it is. I had a question, and then Joni Loves Chachi happened. Got mad about Dr. Who.
You can do it, Roman. You can
do it.
It's
gone. That's what Joni Loves Chachi. Just knock that space out. So yes.
Was Joni Loves
Hashtag blame Joni Loves Chachi.
It was that a spin-off from Happy Days?
Yes, it was.
Happy Days actually produced several good spin-offs.
Because
Happy Days gave you Laverne and Shirley, which was a lot of fun. Happy Days,
Mork and Mindy.
Also Happy Days. But then there was the Joni Loves Chachi.
But remember, they were all before they jumped the shark.
I know, but
literally,
Mindy was evidence that it was going to jump the shark.
Oh, the whole Mork episode in Happy Days was utterly absurd. But I did enjoy the series Mork and Mindy because I liked so much. And
it was.
I liked the early Mork and Mindy. The final one I thought was really.
Jonathan Winters.
I didn't. As much as I like Jonathan Winters, I did not like that character.
Yeah, God, I'd forgotten all about that.
If I remember correctly, Mindy is actually married to Agent Gibbs.
Yes, she is.
Yes.
Married a
Pam
long
Dawber's
Harmon.
married.
Pam Dauber, which
Yeah.
in Scotland usually gave a lot of chuckles
Mhm.
because being called a dauber is not a very nice thing to be called.
Got it.
Oh dear.
I remember.
I don't have my book handy, so I can't. I can't.
Look up dauber in your Scottish dictionary.
Sorry.
I remember. I mean, when was that? Back in what, the 70s, the early 80s that came out. And I remember somewhere
I was still
seeing
a kid, so it was late 70s.
I remember seeing a quote from Pam Dauber somewhere, which would make the modern day feminazis put up a statue to her, where oh dear, I think I'm apparently she was, as I remember it, and I have to say, as I remember it, it was something to the point that it was suggested to her that she wear padded bras because her mammary development wasn't that great. So I'm trying to be polite about this. And she said, no, take me as I am.
Good for her.
Yeah, exactly. So
it wasn't really that kind of show, man. I mean, that's kind of
bizarre. No, it wasn't. But I think the point was that, you would I mean, that's what I'm remembering, and this was what, 40 years ago. So,
well, yeah.
But I remember
for some of us, Colin, for some of us, it's been 40 years. For you, I would say it's been at least 637 years.
Well, yes, but that includes all the times I go back in time.
That's what I mean.
Mark Harmon's brother-in-law was Ricky Nelson, the singer.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Who?
Ricky Nelson, the singer, the son of Ozzie and Harriet Nelson.
Was whose brother-in-law?
Mark Harmon.
So,
the actor.
That means
I'm barely aware of Mark Harmon. I know he was very popular in the 80s.
Or whatever, NCIS, whatever the show is called.
I remember Mark Harmon from 240 Robert. Does anybody remember him from that?
No.
Oh my goodness. I used to love him in that.
I do remember him as a Secret Service agent in the West Wing.
See, the thing is, I was actually, look, I've got next to me.
Oh, God.
Only because you were mentioning this. It just so happened I've got my bag next to me.
Oh.
Well, Mark Harmon is in that.
Yes. It's an Agent Gibbs.
That was an entirely inaccurate series, by the way, just in case any of you were curious about the way NCIS actually works.
You mean that the people who investigate it, do this forensic stuff, gather the evidence, arrest people, and do everything, are not the actual same people?
No. Oddly enough, they're not. Nor are they really. I'm trying to be kind here. Remember Barney Fife? They're the Barney Fife. That's.
But see, I enjoyed the series. I must admit, I really enjoyed it. However, the idea that they not only did the tests, they did the investigation, they did the detective work, they collected evidence, they did everything, and I'm sitting there thinking, really?
Well, do you remember?
Just didn't make sense to me that they didn't have. You're the detective, you do the investigation, you're the forensics guy, and it just seemed to be a case of they did everything.
Well,
these guys must be really, because they even also did they had Tim who did the computer work. Really, it just didn't make sense, the whole thing. But it was still an enjoyable show.
Well, do you remember?
A spin-off from Jag. So it was.
Oh God, Jag! That's another one.
Jag had the first episode, which they were CIS, Criminal Investigation Services, and then when it launched it, they changed it to Naval Criminal Investigation Services.
Well, that's what it's actually called. NCIS is a thing.
Yes,
it's a thing. It does exist.
Yes, but in Jag, it was before they changed it to NCIS. They launched it. They had the pilot in Jag, and it was Mark Hammond and all that, and it was CIS.
Did the agency actually change its name? This is what I would. I thought maybe the agency had actually changed.
No,
its
the
name.
agency is called NCIS.
Yeah, no,
it's
it's
called
not.
NCIS for the entire time that I was in the military.
Oh no, because I did wonder if maybe it'd been called something and they changed the name. But PJ, do you remember a series over here called The Knock?
Very, very, very barely. That was the cop show.
It was Customs and Excise, and they had the same sort of thing. Because where you've got a crew of about 5, and they had to do everything that Customs and Excise covers. Because you've got it's the limits of drama TV that you've got a small cast.
No, and that makes sense.
If you're covering an agency, you've got to cover everything the agency does. You know, I mean, it's like going back to Space Above and Beyond.
Yes, where you had the pilots were also ground pounders.
Yeah, you had highly trained fighter pilots who were also ground pounders. And yes, I know that the US Marines ethos is every man to be, and that's absolutely fine. But I'm sure that the US Marines don't normally put their highly trained fighter pilots down on the ground.
Pilots are pilots, man. They effing fly. That is what they do. Yeah. That's all they do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
that's the flashback showed Mark Hammond as part of CIS, and that's in it was in JAG. That's what they all had the jackets on. It had CIS, and then obviously it launched the spin-off NCIS.
Maybe they just didn't get the memo.
Probably.
You're calling it the wrong thing. Well, JAG was also another just absurd series, though.
The
life of a JAG is not a very interesting life.
There's a series of books I read.
Watch what you're saying. There's somebody who works in a law practice on the panel. Watch it.
I wish I could remember.
My governor was a JAG.
Say again?
What was that?
My governor was an Army JAG, Navy JAG.
No, I mean they're a necessary thing, but it's not like they don't go on adventures.
Afghanistan, that's all I know.
There was a series I read years ago now, and I can't remember who the author was, but it was basically about 3 or 4 books, and the main character was basically JAG in space. And it was basically it was science fiction, so it was a space navy, and the lead officer was a JAG officer in Space Navy. So it was literally that. And I remember they were sort of around judicial investigations and the like, which I would imagine is partly what JAG do. It was quite loyally based rather than Space Navy combat.
I know, because Space Navy combat's actually not much fun. We want to see people actually sit and read good and through paperwork.
Yeah. Well, no, but understand. They did this because they do. I mean, I think it was, if I remember right, and this is literally just haven't met in years. The guy starts off as a.
That'd be way more interesting, disaster area.
JAG with Jeremy Clarkson. Jeremy Clarkson and JAG.
JAG turns another page.
Yeah. But if I remember right, this guy was assigned as a JAG, and I don't know how this works in the Navy. You probably know better than I do, Roman. But this guy was assigned as a JAG officer as part of his rotation, I think, if I remember right. And then he stayed in the JAG
as a JAG.
Yeah, something
JAG
like
that. Is a thing you. I mean, it's a job. I mean, you.
Yeah, I was going to say because what imagine you would be because you need the legal training.
Right. I mean, and remember, military law is different than regular law. But I mean, it is a specialty. So that you go into that field and that's what you do. Just like any other specialties within the Navy.
And military divorces. There's a lot of twists and turns in dealing with that because we had a case where the husband had been active duty military, had been retired, and there were a lot of things we were at just totally had no idea what was going on. But luckily, the husband hired a military divorce law specialist, and he was a huge help even to our side, explaining some of the things that needed to be done and how the agreements needed to be worded differently than we normally would word them because they had to take into account certain military things.
Mm-hmm. No, it's true. And I mean, it's because it's not, I don't want to be use cliche, but it's not just a job because there is so much tied
It's an
into
adventure.
It is. If it's an adventure, something has usually gone wrong. So it's rarely an adventure. Most of my time was spent in offices. But yeah, so yeah, JAG and NCIS, both highly improbable series. Like I said, as far as what actually happens in those offices, you wouldn't want to watch the real version of it. It wouldn't be very interesting. But that's like every doctor or fireman show or thing like that. Most of their lives are not spent on these crazy, horrible things. Otherwise, they'd burn out in like a week.
What's like that show that Meghan Markle was in, Suits? I've worked in a bunch of law firms, and we were not having people having sex in supply cupboards. Just saying.
That you know of.
Oh my!
But yeah, it's the thing. People actually, it's the same idea as I remember. Oh, what was it? Was it Father Brown? So it was Mark Williamson. I can't.
Mark Williams, yeah.
Yeah, he actually used to say he would get people writing to him, ask him if he could marry them, and he had to explain to them, "Sorry, I'm an actor. I'm not a real." And but people would find that funny. Whereas you realise that there is some people who think what you see in TV is real.
Well,
and that's the big problem.
Harry Potter's friend, Mr. Weasley.
But it is that type of thing. It's just some people out there think it's real. But we are all aware that all these programs are basically just using it for fun. It's an entertainment program. So all these things that we know, he wouldn't be doing this, she wouldn't be doing that. She would be burnt out, as in Abby Shuto would be completely burnt out because she does absolutely everything and she does it so short a time that she would be burnt out because that's only one unit she's dealing with. Yet there's all the other units. So she would be burnt out because she'd be working 24/7. You know what I mean? And it's just, there's no way in earth one person could do all that. Yet they imply that she's the only person that works there doing that job. We are aware that it's only done for entertainment, but the scary part is people think certain things are real.
Well, that's like people join the Navy because of Top Gun.
Yep.
Back in the day. I mean, it was a great recruiting tool for them, but man, did you get sold a false bill of goods? Well, as they're working in the scullery, scrubbing pots and pans. This is what I signed on for. It kind of is.
What, you mean they got conned into Evanet and the Odge? If you remember the Simpsons episode.
Oh, I
have no idea.
I don't.
The boy band, Evanet and the Odge. Spelled backwards, join the Navy.
Oh.
If you remember it, they got the boy band and Bart and his mates get, and like all the time it turns out in the end it's actually all the trick to get everyone to con people. It's a sort of semi-covert Navy recruitment drive.
Oh dear,
I can't remember that one. I've seen all the.
You know why you can't remember that, PJ?
Yeah,
Jody loves
Jody loves Chachi. Just
Chachi.
the Jody left Chachi gun. It went.
Yeah.
I never watched that show before.
Fortunately, I think
The fortunate is I have actually seen Jody love Chachi. So
I think
it was
the only Happy Days related item show I know I've seen more than about one episode of is Mork and Mindy. I don't think I watched any of the others. I'm aware of Happy Days.
My father loved Mork and Mindy for, well, two reasons, but we'll leave Pam Dahmer out of this. As he thought it, I used to love it, and I was not myself because Robin Williams was just hilarious. He was just zany. Whereas my dad loved it because his zany humour hid the fact that the comedy was intelligent comedy. It was taking something and just doing a wee slight twist to it, saying like it's better than wonderful, it's tutorful. And I'm sitting there going, I'm laughing because Robin Williams said it, had no idea what it was talking about. My dad's turning around and saying, wonderful, two. So he would actually appreciate Robin Williams' humour just because it was intelligent. Like when he came out with the bacon sandwiches, he had a bit of bread with 2 bits of bacon on it. And everybody's going, that's crazy. He says, but because the way he described when he was told what a bacon sandwich is, that's the correct way of doing a bacon sandwich. It's not a case, if it would be otherwise, it would be a bread sandwich, 2 bits of bread sandwiching the bacon. And so my dad found it intelligent, and that's why he loved Robin Williams' humour.
I think
and I love Mork and Mindy for that.
Mork and Mindy, I think, has got one of the best ways of summing up change and how fast things change.
What's happening with your mic? Is something happening?
I don't think it's me.
I can hear a whoosh,
whoosh. Yeah, I heard that, but I don't know.
It could be the carriages from 1356 going by.
Yeah,
apologies, guys.
It's Yarrow Storm again. No, there's a bit where I think a friend of Mindy's grandma passes. Basically, Mork ages himself to go with grandma, and at the end of the episode, he reveals who he is, and she's not surprised. And Mork says, Mork is surprised that she's not surprised that he aged himself, and her. Put it this way: in my lifetime, we've gone from first man flight to land on the moon.
Right.
If we can go out there, I don't see why they can't come back here. The rest of it, but that one line there, in one lifetime, we've gone from the first man flight to landing on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
It's a line.
Yeah, I mean that last 100 and odd years, where we've gone from the first man flight to the landing on the moon in 100 odd years.
66 years.
We actually accordingly went 5,000 years of doing nothing until that point.
Well, I would be said to say we went we went 5,000 years gradually building up because it accelerates and accelerates and accelerates. But I take your point. But no, what I'm saying is that one line, literally that one line there, I thought was really clever for not a comedy line. It was, it was actually quite a sweet, quite a serious, quite an emotional. But it summed it up. It said, you think about it. That's how far. That's how fast we've gone in one lifetime. I mean, you think now. I mean,
I think now we're going back to pre-Roman times.
Well, yeah, we have in some ways, yeah. But, we've gone from most of us can probably remember having a dial-up phone at home, and if you weren't in when someone rang, you missed the message. In spite of that, life, we've now gone to the fact that kids today don't know they're bored. Kids today don't know what privacy is.
Yeah,
they're glued to a phone 24. Got a phone. They're literally contactable 24 hours a day. Yeah, you're right. Disaster there. We haven't been back to the moon. Well,
yeah, and
that we know of. That we know of.
Yeah, that we know of. Yeah.
We don't even really have the tech to go back now. We couldn't get to the moon right now. I mean, we've lost that ability, which is impressive. Lord.
Right. Well, wait a minute. Let's see. We're going to do something.
Are we going to cheer ourselves up now after that depressing bit?
Right. We'll do it.
Pick of the week.
Because Wench has to bounce shortly, so I thought we'd get that. Wen, have you got anything on before we go?
She's still on mute.
Let me unmute. Just our usual Sunday fun on Mr. Hyde's B Movie Cinema Show tomorrow.
Yep. Hopefully I'll be able to catch it. Last week I missed it because my internet went bing. halfway through. I started watching it and it just suddenly died. And
This week's movie did not suck.
No, it did not. I know we throw a curveball in every once in a while.
Wow.
It's usually movies, but we do stick a good one in there once in a while.
Was it Monster Club last week?
What's that called?
Was it once? Because
You broke up
last week. Was that the Monster Club was on last week?
Yes. Yeah, that was
because when I saw the bits of it, one of those stories I've actually got as the House of Horror, the one with James Lawrence and Barbara Kellerman, the one where they adopt the kid, where they where the guy screams and the bird burns. That was also an episode of
You keep cutting out, Colin.
Oh, what a surprise! That was also an episode of Hammer House of Mystery and Suspense.
Cool.
So interesting, because I don't think that was a Hammer movie, was it? The actual movie.
I have to check. I'm not 100% sure. It's not jumping out in my mind as it having been an actual movie, but I could be completely wrong. This Sunday, we're going to be showing. Sorry, I'm being attacked by a cat here because I have beef jerky, but never mind.
Not elf.
Or should I say elf jerky?
Any
more of it, it'll be cat jerky.
What was I going to say? The House That Dripped Blood we're going to be showing tomorrow, which is a great anthology and actually has a former classic doctor in it. John Pertwee.
Wow.
Yeah. So he
one the other week with Tom Baker in it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, there's an ant. I haven't seen an ant in about 8 years.
Yeah, I was lucky. I saw an ant in Friday. Mind you, it was my aunt, and I had.
I mean, like we used to have.
What's the deck with it?
Yeah, we used to have. No, it was just ant. I don't know where Deck is. He's probably in the sugar bowl or something. But yeah, that was like weird.
I don't understand what you're talking about. This which really scares me.
If you want to see Ant and Dec, there's a nice movie with the two of them in it called Alien Autopsy.
No.
Ant and Dec doing Alien Autopsy. I did a review of it. I actually think it's quite a good movie. Consider who it is.
I need to check this thing out. I need to see if this exists.
Yeah, Alien Autopsy, Ant and Dec. It's based on a true story.
How they faked the alien autopsy.
Yes, that's effectively that's what it is. It's a case of somebody has accordingly found an alien and did an autopsy. He shows somebody it, and they sell it to this big crime boss who is into UFOs, but in the process of transporting it, it disintegrates. It disintegrates. So what they do is they go to get somebody to try and rebuild the film, and they can't. So they have to, because this gangster wants the video, they have to make it. So they do a fake one and record it, and it's all about that. And then at the end, they sort of find the guy who they sent to try and fix it did some recovery of it, and it's meant to be based on a true story about these guys selling the stuff to people.
Oh my God.
It was fun, and it is. There is a couple of big names in it. It's surprising big names in it. But if you get a chance, there is a review on my channel, Alien Autopsy, Ant and Dec. Surprising enough.
I'll have to check that out.
Dec hosts a variety show in the UK.
Yes, they are. You know who Morecambe and Wise is, Roman? Basically think of a duo. Abbott and Costello when used to do their stage show, so it was like a variety show. The two comedians, Morecambe and Wise, was a similar idea, and then you've got Ant and Dec who model themselves over against Morecambe and Wise.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get the idea.
Yeah.
I've heard of them, but I have never seen an Ant and Dec show.
You're lucky. I saw them when they actually started out in Biker Grove. PJ and Duncan, they were known as. That was their two characters, PJ and Duncan. Not that I remember it because any reason at all. But yeah.
Yeah, so lovely folks. I'm going to bounce because I'm old. And I'm starting to flag.
She says sitting in amongst all of us. Obviously, except the young Roman.
And all of you. It's also not 9:30 at night for me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's this has been absolutely awesome. I'm sorry I missed last week. Just it's just not enough hours in the day or the weekend sometimes.
Yes.
And just feeling a little bit strange lately, just up and down days. So
I missed last weekend because I was down in Wales again.
Yeah.
I bet see that doesn't count because every weekend Wendy's in Wales and she never misses.
Yeah. At home in Wales, not sleeping in the car, unable to do anything because no internet connection.
You don't know. You don't know.
This is true,
but anyway, Gwen, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll catch you next time.
Yeah, thank you very much as always. Great to hang out for a while. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Who wants to go first with what they've got?
I got nothing. I just tried one of the chocolate ginger biscuits, and they were quite tasty.
Yeah, I told you.
I'm so big. There's a joke there. I'm just leaving it alone. So I got
not something
figures come in, things that didn't get canceled, and before the moratorium was put into place. So they're still in box. I haven't opened them up yet. So what we have here is the Extremis Iron Man. Now this armor came out some time ago. If you read the comic book, it was written by Warren Ellis, and Adi Garnov is the artist who did this, and you can see some of the comic book art on the side.
Has he got a couple of ice creams there?
He's holding cones.
Looks like he's got ice cream cones.
Oh, that's yeah. No, the answer to that question would be no. So this armor design is what a lot of the first Iron Man movie was based on. This shots in that movie were also from this run. Now, and you actually get a version of the Extremis armor. That's the armor that he has basically come out of him. That's what Extremis was, a version of that anyway. So I'm looking forward to opening it. I hate the new packaging from Marvel
because you can't see it.
You can't see the figure, and when you pull them out, they're all wrapped in tissue paper and look like little tiny corpses, which is kind of freaky. So that's number one. And number two, I'm excited about this one. It is a proper Superman from Flashpoint Paradox.
I've never seen that Superman at all.
So in Flashpoint Paradox, when he goes back, everything changes. You can build a cyborg, which I won't be doing because I didn't get any of the other action figures. So in Flashpoint Paradox, when he goes back and everything changes, Superman never landed in Kansas. He was never raised by the Kents. He was captured by the government. That's why it's called Project Superman, and he is kept out of the sun for his entire.
Oh, that's right. I did. No, I didn't. It's just the black outfit with the S.
Yeah,
and because the one I saw, obviously, it was a long time ago, and I think they still wanted to show it as Superman, so he was dead weedy, but he still had the basic blue and red.
Right. So this is that, like the lady in the upcoming Flash movie. This is who it should be, but they made it the girl instead, which is stupid. And you can see if you can see the card in the back, that's the art. That's the actual art from the comic book.
Wow.
See, that looks cool. That definitely does look cool.
So, like I said, it's
wait to see that opened.
Is that armor with him?
No, that's the cyborg armor.
Yeah, that's the big junk in there. That's bits of cyborg which are never going to get used. I have literally a whole box of parts for Build-A-Figures that I've never built.
You could always build a really freaky figure.
I tried doing that. I just don't have all the right parts. I have, I have like tons of different, the wrong things that won't fit together. So that's the only two things that I have for this week. So.
From context,
I got a bunch of records as well, but I know PJ is not a music fan. So
records, is that not just those things that you throw at zombies? No, that was Shaun of the Dead.
Yes, Shaun of the Dead. That's why I have so many now, because you can never tell when the zombie apocalypse is coming.
Yeah.
From context, I'm assuming that builder figures, what it was you said is you get bits in various figures and they can bind together to something. Oh,
so
okay. It's a way to make you buy more than one thing.
Yeah, well, like I said, Mantis. When I was talking about the Mantis figure earlier, she was a builder figure. You had to buy so many figures. So the ones you have to get with this, it's a really crappy Aquaman, which I saw, but I hated it. Hated it. This figure, and then there's two you can see on the back of the box here. There's two figures that they haven't released yet. I don't know what they're going to be. If those figures are worth a crap, maybe, but the problem is I'm not buying that Aquaman just to have that Aquaman. That Aquaman is garbage. He looks terrible. And
what you mean is you're going to buy the Aquaman, take it out of the box, get the Cyborg, and then put Aquaman on eBay.
Yeah, I could. He's not gonna, but I'm never going to recoup the cost because no one wants that Aquaman. He's just a weird looking dude. His mouth is agape and he's got short hair, and I just don't like it. It's a bad figure. Bad.
Yeah, it's the Cooper Pauly Aquaman from Big Bang Theory.
No, I already had when him and when Cooper Pauly and Wallowitz had their action figures made. Those were hilarious.
I think Roman, the ladies would like.
Oh, excellent!
Like a request for something to see the
ladies would like. The ladies would like to see
the records.
Yeah. So, anybody else get anything?
Well, the ladies want to see the records.
Ladies want to see the records. Some of us do like music.
Oh, I'm not in a position to go get them right now. My new configuration of the Empire Studio. It makes it problematic for me to leave the desk.
Yes, they're in the south wing of his mansion, and he has to walk too far to get them.
Yeah. He's in the northwest.
Bring the servant and have them bring them over.
I don't have one of those. I need one of those. In fact, if he could do the cooking, so I could stay out here longer. But that's not the way this is going to work. I picked up. It's the new Nick Cave record. I'm a big Nick Cave fan. Not Nick Cage. Nick Cave. It's called.
So was it another best of? Was it the correct best of this time?
It's not a best of. It's not a best of this time. I have bought two bests of over the last couple of weeks though. I bought Echo and the Bunnymen, their best of.
So a single.
And the Bunnymen.
Echo and the Bunnymen. Even I know the Echo and the Bunnymen only because of the name of them. But I thought that was
very popular in the 80s.
I thought that was a single.
80s bands.
And that was Echo Beach you're thinking of, because that's the one it was probably Echo Beach you're thinking of, because that's the one I was thinking of when he said Echo and the Bunnymen, which is a different group altogether, I'm sure.
Echo Beach is a song. Echo and the Bunnymen is a band.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Yeah.
Even I know that.
Yeah,
and I know nothing. I know nothing about music.
That's true.
I know nothing about music. I was about 1500.
So what do you got, PJ?
Okay. Right. Okay. All right. Let's bounce that back up to me. I'll start with a couple. I've got a couple of DVDs. I've actually down to the packet from my Comic-Con has got one more week left with one figure in it.
Oh,
so next week's going to be my last of what I had from the Comic-Con. Then I'll need to start going out and looking for stuff. Maybe I might find it in the metal detecting, so you never know. I'll get my plastic detector out. Anyway, I picked up a couple of DVDs. Mean Machine, Vinnie Jones, Jason Statham. Basically, this is the soccer version before they did that remake with, or the pishy remake they did in America with Adam Sandler. They did a Mean Machine.
Don't know it.
No, this is the British version. It's about soccer.
The Longest Yard. The Longest
Yard. That's the one. That was the remake of the Mean Machine.
Never saw
this is basically the soccer one. But so this is a British remake, which is a hell of a lot better than The Longest Yard. Really, a lot
Let me
better.
guess. You picked it up because you thought it was a Judge Dredd spin-off.
Like I've seen.
No. This one here, I wish it was a Judge Dredd spin-off, but because I can imagine Vinnie Jones being a great mean machine. He's just that nutcase enough.
Yeah.
And I picked up a World War II in colour. I don't know who the people in front of it, but I'm sure I saw them at an Antifa rally last week.
Yeah.
So I picked up that, and then I picked up this one, which, truthfully, I didn't like super bad. I didn't like Bad Teacher was mediocre, and Easy A is the only one I've not seen. But I got it for 20p, so I can't go bad with that. Just to actually see how good it is.
Looks so young.
They all do.
Oh my god!
So that's the DVDs, and I've got two figures. I've got Casey Jones, and he ain't steaming and a rolling.
Oh, nice.
Casey Jones from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So it's not, I know every time I think about that name, all I think is Casey at the engine of the Cannonball Express.
Is he steaming and a rolling?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I picked that one up.
Yeah,
I just thought that figure was a nice wee figure, baseball bat, mask, and everything. It just looks cool. So I was never a big fan of Casey Jones in the cartoon. Neither was, but I thought the figure looked really good. It looks really smart. And I've still got to pick up the other five. So you've got Shredder and the four guys of the other five in the set. So that looks quite good. And this one here, my final one, I could not resist this one. It's a video game character, but he's not currently on the TV or in the movies.
It's Princess Peach.
Oh, Donkey Kong.
Oh, well, what's so far off?
I could not resist that. That just looks like a cute big figure. And it's not a small figure. It is a decent size one. It is. And I just thought that just looks amazing. So, and it's posable to an extent.
Oh, fun. That's crazy.
So I'm going to do a box opening when I get a chance to catch up. And I just loved that figure. When Donkey Kong was out, I used to actually enjoy playing it. I was absolutely junk at it. I could not play it to save myself because I kept missing I kept jumping when I meant to actually hit with the hammer, and I kept hitting the hammer when I meant to jump. So I kept getting killed one or two levels up. So I was rubbish, but I could not resist it. As soon as I saw that, it was going, PG,
that's
come
fun,
and get me. But I just thought it was a cool figure, isn't it? Look at it.
Donkey Kong, why is he an ape? Why is he not a donkey? I don't understand.
I love his necktie.
It's the size of him, not the size you see him. It's the donkey size.
Ah, right.
Right on.
But that's what I got. And that just leaves, well, that and that, which you've seen.
Yes.
My caricature.
That is so cool.
Yes, I'm tempted to actually make it an avatar for something, but I don't want to change my channel, so it's still sitting there.
Use it on YouTube. I mean, put it on a Twitter.
I put it on. I'm going to put it on one of them, but I've not entirely decided what one to go with.
It's great
because they're all linked. But that's it, and that means next week I've got one more figure.
Cool.
And one more DVD, and that is it. And then I need to start going out. Then I'll need to go and shop again. Hopefully, the fact that I've not been in the charity shops for a couple of weeks, there might be things that I want or I have to get.
I should have 2 more figures next week. I'm not going to be here next week though. I got the Vegas trip, and that's effing up everything. So
yes,
when I am back on, when I finally make it back, Amazon, who I order, we've talked about this before, PJ.
Yes.
I do my pre-orders. They screwed me hard on the Batman. It was the Hush Batman. That's the blue cowl Batman with the long ears. And I was so excited, and they canceled me. And then I ordered it through GameStop for $10 more than it was on Amazon, and with shipping attached to it. So I'm like, fine. They canceled on me, so the figure is just gone now. I can't get that figure. I got notification that I ordered 2 figures from the Flash movie. I ordered the 1989 Michael Keaton Batman, and I ordered the new Ben Affleck Batman, who is in essentially the Christian Bale style suit, which is the change up that they had in the timeline. Both of them got pushed back as far as deliveries. They were supposed to be here on Wednesday. They're still not here. And I got the notification that one of them is supposed to be here tomorrow, and the other one is sometime in the future. But it's like, don't screw me again, Amazon. Pre-orders, and I know, and if you're a collector, pre-orders are the least expensive, best way to get new figures that are coming out. You pay attention to when things are coming available, and you get your pre-orders in. So when the company gives you the finger, and you don't end up getting your pre-order, you're screwed, because you're going to be paying at least double for it on eBay trying to get these things. It's infuriating. So I'm hoping the Batmen show up. Like the one is supposed to be here tomorrow. I got the thing from Amazon saying that it is shipped and it should be here tomorrow. So I'm cross your fingers on this, because I don't want to get screwed over again. I know collecting it's a fun hobby, but you look forward to a thing. And like I said, and I'm on a moratorium now, so I'm not getting anything new for some time. Anyway.
At the risk of showing my intense, deep interest, is the Flash movie out yet?
No, not yet. I'm going to go see that one as well. V-Chip, I hate Ezra Miller. I mean, I detest Ezra Miller. And you've got
Ezra Miller's pictures in your bedroom. Come on.
Ezra. And yes, I don't like what they did
bullet holes.
I don't like what they did with Superman either. Like I said, I don't like the gender swap of Superman. At one, it doesn't make sense. Two, I think it's pandering. It's pandering writing, and it doesn't need to happen. So the movie, if it were not for, I love the original story so much, though. But I know that this is not the original story, and I should slap myself several times, because I know what I'm getting into. I know.
I picked up the Flashpoint book I showed a couple of weeks back. Yeah, I love it. The Flash was always my favorite. The Flash was always my favorite. One of my favorites. Spider-Man and the Flash were my two favorites. And I was sorely disappointed the way the Flash series went. I liked the original Flash series, then I liked the new one, but the first couple of seasons were okay. Then it went downhill and I stopped watching it.
Yeah.
And then what they've done with the Flash and the recent movies, I hate
the DCU Flash. I hate him.
Yes.
For a couple of reasons. Even if it wasn't Ezra Miller, who I despise, I don't like the character. I don't like what they've done to the character. I don't like the suit. The suit is stupid looking.
Yes.
It's just levels of disappointment with that character. My favorite version of the Flash, other than the comic book version, is the one in the animated Justice League series. I love that. He's perfect.
Because he's quirky, he's funny, and he's just constantly eating.
Yeah, and he's not goofy though, which is what Ezra Miller's Flash was. Ezra Miller's Flash is goofy, and I just can't say I hate him because I said his name like 17 times now, and I feel dirty because of it.
Yeah, I must admit.
How many more before he appears? 17 times I said it.
It doesn't work like that. He's not Beetlejuice. Thank God. Jacob Ironside. Hello, Jacob Ironside. You're catching me as I'm getting ready to exit, unfortunately.
He's only been there about 10 minutes.
He's been there a while.
Oh, Jacob?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's been there a while.
Oh, I didn't. I'm looking around. I'm not paying attention. I got on the Ezra Miller kick. The whole Joni loves Chachi thing really threw me for a loop today. I'm not at my best. best.
No, you
can't. Combine the two. Joni loves Ezra.
Oh, no. It's Jodie loves Chachi versus Roman loves Ezra.
Oh god,
No.
Mine will be more interesting to watch. I can guarantee it.
Ezra loves Joni and Chachi because he can't make his mind up, or it can't make.
I don't even know who Ezra Miller is, and I'm looking him up, and he's just gross looking.
He's a alleged
you are lucky.
Abuser of women and alleged thief and alleged freaking just piece of garbage human is what he is.
Apparently, Alien, who I believe actually comes from another, spent half his life in another universe.
He's not the guy who steals luggage, is he, and wears women's clothes?
No. That's the Biden administration guy.
No, that's the head of atomic. That's the head of atomic energy safety for your government.
Yeah.
Well, not anymore. They removed.
They fired him
from the post.
He paid for a while.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on the government. I've only got 4 minutes left. I don't want to die on screen. No one, although your ratings really could that could boost this thing through the roof, PJ.
Get this
Remember that time they killed Roman of the Empire? Oh, that was a good episode. Let's rewatch.
And here's highlights.
Yeah. What was the last thing he said? Was that Joni loves Chachi?
And it's all Retro Doc's fault.
Well, of course.
It is Retro Doc. Retro Doc.
It's always Retro Doc's fault.
Yes.
Quite hilarious.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do have to roll out here in like 3 minutes, guys. So I am gonna be on with Wookie Be Bad tomorrow. This is the first time I'm going to be on his show, so I'm looking forward to that. He sent me the list of topics, and this is the current pop culture list that he sent me. I'm like, oh wow, this is going to be hot. It's all the craziness that's going on right now. So hopefully, I don't have an aneurysm and I actually get through it okay. So we'll have to have a blood pressure monitor on during the show. But I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be like I said, noon my time, and then I'm just out next week because I'm going to be doing the Vegas meetup. I'll try to do.
And remember and tell Nerdrotic the Scottish Gary said hello, and I'll see him in. I
will.
I'll see him in September.
PJ, you need to send me a picture of you dressed up as Gary so I can show him when I'm there. I'm like, do you realize there's a man who impersonates you in Scotland?
I'll dig it out. I'm sure I put it on Twitter the last time, but yeah, I will dig it out.
Shoot it to me. So looking forward to seeing. Max Von Priestley is going to be there. He and I are actually friends in the real world too. Who else? Cannoli Sasquatch and Mrs. Cannoli Sasquatch are going to be there. We have all these fun handles. Tyler, the Redbeard, is going to be there. Joker Voice is there. He's always there, but I'm going to get a chance to meet him in the real world. So I'm looking forward to seeing all the people.
I must admit, I love Joker Voice because it's just Joker Voice. You're just sitting there thinking, is he putting that on or is that just his voice? But it's just so cool. It's just so cool, even if he isn't, but even if he is put on, it's just so cool. It just sounds perfect. But yeah,
I love that. I got to have him read from it was during one of our comic book streams. I got to have him read the last page of The Killing Joke in the voice, and it was just freaking gold. It was awesome. He's a good dude. I like him. We meet in our strange crossover communities. We meet a lot of cool folks, and I mean that's what, quite honestly, that's the best thing for me about this whole YouTube experience. I mean, look at us, our strange little cabal here of people. I mean, and you and I met through Father Miller. I knew about Father Miller because of Gary, and then the tendrils go out, and we get a chance to interact, and
there's a lot of 6 degrees of separation.
Do all these things, and it's very enjoyable. Yeah, it's like I said, for me, that's the best part of what we do. We get to talk about fun stuff with like-minded folks who we never would have known existed were it not for this strange and magical adventure.
Yeah, that's the one thing I must admit I'm happy about YouTube is the amount of people you get to meet you would never even know. It's just fun because you look at it, even like in the 3 years I've been on a channel in Australia, been on a channel in the US, I've been on a channel I've dealt with channels in Japan, and I mean, it's just France as well. It's just that the fact is, I've been on people's channels who are started around the globe, and people from around the globe have been on mine, and it's just a case of, wow,
that's cool, just, man.
It is, and you can talk nonsense, and they go, huh? Sorry, that's actually you only know that if you're in Britain.
So I'm going to leave on that positive note and not think about some of the other things that we've talked about today, Mandalorian.
Well, Roman, enjoy Vegas and have a good one. Remember, always bet on red.
That's not the way the saying goes. All right. I will see you guys later. Have a great rest of your night.
Hey, good night. Right. So next. So what have you been watching? What are you looking forward to seeing in the next week or two?
Well, I've been watching a lot of coronation stuff. I admit it. I will be waking up at the not so ungodly hour of 6 a.m. because I normally wake up at 6 a.m. on Saturdays anyway to go work out. But on the 6th, I will not be going to work out. I will be getting up to watch the coronation.
Yeah, we get the day off. So we get the 1st, the 8th, and the 29th off this year for May.
We get the 29th, but not because of anything other than that it's an actual holiday every year.
Yeah, we get it as the spring bank holiday, and the 1st of May is the May Day holiday. So we're getting the 8th for the coronation. So
my father used to say that the British were at least honest because they call them bank holidays instead of just holidays.
Because mostly you think about it, and the way that used to work is when the banks were closed, not a lot of people were working because they couldn't take their earnings to the bank.
Right.
So they didn't want to leave it overnight, so they would just close. So it was a bank holiday, which means a lot of businesses closed because they couldn't do a lot of business because they couldn't get in contact with the bank. So that's why the holidays came around. And then obviously when it went to more digital and stuff like that, still continued with the holiday because it was tradition.
Yeah, no, I get it. We just always thought that was funny in our house.
Yeah. The bank's off, so let's all take a day.
I'm mildly irritated because I don't get a bank holiday on my birthday, but my sister gets a coronation on hers.
Oh, she shares a birthday with Prince Archie.
Yep.
Yeah, well, they just missed it to celebrate my birthday, and so they did. So by a bit of
the royal family. When we were talking Funkos before, apparently there are Funkos of the royal family. There's Prince William, Catherine. I've got Elizabeth II, but apparently there's several of them of Elizabeth II. There's then Prince Charles, and then there's the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, and they've darkened her skin a lot. Way more than she is in her normal skin tone.
Oh dear!
That woman is like a lot of 100% Caucasians that I know. And they
blackface Meghan.
Yeah, well, she probably actually saw the original figure and said, "That's not me. That's white." So they've had to actually adjust it.
This whole about Archie's 4th birthday cracks me up. I mean, my birthday is right around a North American holiday. And growing up, I never had my birthday party on my birthday because nobody was ever home. They were away for the long weekend.
Yeah, but that's the same. Like my sister's birthday was 24th of December. Never really had a birthday on her. Had a party on her birthday because the next day was Christmas.
I know. My grandpa was Boxing Day.
Well, my mum and dad's anniversary was Boxing Day, which my sister used to hate me telling people because I would say my mum and dad's anniversary got married in Boxing Day.
And she was born 2 days earlier.
And she was born in the 20. Her birthday's the 24th, and she would say 3 years later, go and tell them that. But I would leave that out that she was my middle sister. So I would just actually tell them those two facts together and let them make their own mind up. And she used to go nuts when I would do it. 3 years later, I'm the middle sister. So it's just what I said. Well, sorry, I just told the truth. It's not my fault. People actually misinterpret it.
My parents found out about me on their first anniversary.
Well, my oldest sister is the 19th of December, and she used to say, you tell that story, you're dead, about her, because obviously she was born the year after my mum and dad. But because she said, leave that one out with her, you can do it with. So I was allowed to do it with my other sister.
I'm just wondering, Peter, I wonder how your new glorious First Minister would describe Meghan.
Oh, he'll basically just complain she's too white.
Her white, Meghan, her white.
Yeah, I know. He's an absolute nutcase as well.
What's the deal with him?
Yeah.
Well, we've now got we're about to. There's a meme going round, and you'll appreciate this as being his son and your father being his lawyer. That we're about to that sometime in the next year, England and Scotland are going to recreate the partition of India.
Yeah.
Because we've got a Pakistani in charge of Scotland and an Indian in charge of England.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a race baiter. He's racist. He basically complained that Scotland, which is 96% white, has got too many white people in charge. Yeah, I mean, it's just you can tell a racist race baiter by the words they say, and he didn't even actually hide it. He just basically went out and actually said it. The whole speech was about how everybody was white in Scotland. Yeah, he was surrounded by too many Scottish people.
Maybe he should move back to Pakistan or wherever he's from.
He was. Hold on a second. No, it's Rishi Sunak born in Southampton. I'm not sure where.
I think he's born in Scotland, but it's just a case of you. It'd be like me going to India and complaining that there's too many Indians in Parliament and too many Indian doctors and too many Indian pharmacists, too many Indians this, and you're sitting there thinking, do I realise where I am? I would like to see him actually go to Africa and complain about too many black people actually in charge there. Mm-hmm. But he won't. But that's just the thing. It's you can tell it's a race bait because it's basically he wouldn't do it in another country, but
he's a virtually sickly woke idiot as much as Sadiq Khan or Sadiq can't. Hum's useless and Sadiq can't. Some rich, superbly memorable names.
Yeah, they basically any politician that gets in, you look at Scotland at the state it's in just now because Nicola Sturgeon is still coming through with her amnesia because she can't remember anything that she did, and her husband actually donating all that money to the SNP that she didn't know about because that was his money. You know what I mean? Our monies are separate. Yeah, right. You let your husband spend £100,000 and you didn't know about it.
What I don't understand is why you've got all these people in in all of our countries, US, UK, wherever, running for office to run a country they hate.
But that's the thing. They're deliberately, I think they're paid to do it because there's a few good documentaries out there. And there was one that was on Twitter. It's quite a good one. It was basically some of the premises on it were a bit ridiculous, but he was just talking about how it was a cabal of 300 and it was stuff like that. But what they were talking about certain things, and you could say, they might not. You talk about the Rockefellers and stuff like that, and these 300 are richer than those all put together. So there's 300 people around, 300 families around the globe who are the richest 300, and they're the ones that are paying for anybody to do what they want them to do. So if that means you have to get in so you can destroy this because we want this done, then that's what they do, and it's the money it talks. But some of the stuff is a bit ridiculous, but there's a lot of it in there that, the people with money think they can get away with anything, and the problem is they can, because all they do is they buy off the ones that they can buy off and disappear the ones that don't, because they've got the money to do both, and nobody's out there actually telling them they can't, because all they need to do is move to a different country, because they can live anywhere they want, because nothing's going to happen to them, because if anything is dangerous in that place, then suddenly they've got the money to make sure that dangerous thing disappears. And things like that.
Because a lot of you don't have an excuse there's no excuse in the White House, but a lot of the younger politicians have been brought up through university systems which have been so corrupt in the last 20, 30 years that they actually believe this woke crap.
And that's the thing as well. The education system is where it started.
Yeah.
It just goes to show, when I was in uni, I got taught stuff. When my daughter went to uni, she came out a completely different person, because she got taught junk.
Not unusual these days.
Mm-hmm. My oldest daughter, when she became a teacher, she got taught stuff. It came down very fast, and it is just a case of all I keep on saying is, thank Christ I'll be dead soon. I'll not even notice it. If not, at least bring the big meteor of death down so we can all appreciate it together.
That's why I say all the time, I'm glad I'm old, because I won't have to deal with this for the next 30 years. I won't care anymore.
Yeah, that's it. So I'm just waiting. I want the big sweet meteor of death to come down, just so I can appreciate it with everybody else at the same time. And I don't want it to. Breaking news, there's a meteor going to destroy Earth in 3 weeks. Fucking hell, 3 weeks is going to be hell.
You're not kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I just want it to, oops, we didn't even see it. Bang. And nobody noticed it's going to happen, and suddenly it happened. We're all gone.
We would have seen it, but unfortunately the telescopes were designed by people who got their degrees based on their skin colour and their sex and their sexual orientation rather than any actual talent.
Yeah. So, and the new Hubble telescope is here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's things like that. I just want the moth to come down without any notice and just go, bye. Remember the dinosaurs? Bye. That was my wee brother. Now look at me. But no, the thing is, even if it doesn't, we're on the decline, the same as Rome fell.
Yeah.
And do you know what I find funny is people say, oh, if we ended in 10,000 years, they would find this. They would say, no, in 10,000 years, they would find the tablets from Mesopotamia and Rome and stuff like that, because they were done either the megalithic, or else they were done in clay, which is solidified. They would be done. That's why the Dark Ages is because it was done in paper, so a lot of it's disappeared. We've now got it on computer discs, which will disappear. Or else it's in paper, which will disappear. The only things you have left are the stuff that was carved in stone, and how much is that is going to survive. So if anything happened, none of these computer discs and all that are going to survive. None of the paperwork, the books and everything are going to survive. Things that are in stone. That's why you've got the Dark Ages, because it was a lot of it was written in paper, and very few of it survived.
You think about, more people now get cremated than before. Up until the middle of the 20th century, people were getting buried. Now, pretty much I write a ton of wills. Everybody wants to get cremated. Yeah,
I'm basically, my wife's a celebrant, so yeah, I'm aware of that. And even me, I've always been one advocate. I wanted to be buried, but now I'm happy to be cremated, because my wife wants to be cremated, so I don't want to be stuck down there on my Todd. Roll over and actually go, oh, she's still no digit.
My dad died a year and a half ago. And I took care of everything. We didn't have a funeral service because I had family it was still during COVID back in 21. I had family in California, and Californians weren't doing anything except, hiding under the bed.
Being Californian.
In California. Relatives in New York, again, hiding under the bed. Arizona and Ohio. And my mother had COVID at the time. So we decided not to do any kind of service. And when I went to the funeral home to arrange for the cremation, the chaplain was showing me all these caskets. And I'm thinking, what would possess me to spend $10,000, 8,000 pounds, on something that you're just going to burn? I mean, it's literally burning money.
Yeah.
Why would I do that? So
because they say, even sentiment style, because even now, if somebody's getting buried, there is an option for a biodegradable coffin as well.
Well, a friend and I, her father died before mine, and we both did the exact same thing. We used cardboard box.
Yeah, they even do the reinforced cardboard box that looks like a coffin because it's printed on and stuff like that. So it doesn't look like a cardboard box.
Somebody, and you're not having a funeral service. Why? So I put him, it sounds callous of me, but he would have approved because he was cheap, thrifty. Put it, use the cardboard box and burn that. I'm not going to sit there and spend $10,000 on a wooden box and burn it. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. At least over here, when we're going for a cremation, the coffins aren't that expensive. A couple of £100 still. You're not talking about cheap, but they're basically they are coffins that people are aware are going to get cremated, so they aren't overly elaborate. So a full funeral plan you could get for about 5,000. That's the full funeral plan. That is the cars and everything.
Yeah, this was a high-end casket for $10,000.
Oh, the high-end caskets. I've seen some of the ones in America, the high-end caskets. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
No, I've always said I wanted to be buried, but now I'm happy to be cremated.
My dad wanted to be buried, but he changed his mind along the way. Same thing.
I think it's just a case of A, I'm not going to be here, so I'm not going to notice. And B,
less room too. You don't have to deal with cemeteries.
Yes. But it's also the fact is, my mum and my dad are buried. Well, my mum was cremated, so was my dad, but we buried my dad's ashes with my sister.
But you still can't test the DNA, so no.
Yeah. And my mum's ashes got scattered up at her favourite holiday place. But how often do we go and visit?
Right.
And that's the thing. So, yeah, cremated is the thing. It's just because when you're cremated, you can either, I've got a box. My wife says she's just going to empty out my bin and put me in there, because there's two things I've always said I wanted. One, just to be thrown in the bin, and two, if I'm not getting thrown in the bin, have my ashes in a TARDIS. So my wife is going to put me in that.
Love it.
It's my TARDIS bin.
Oh my God.
So basically, I've always said I wanted to be shoved in a bin or put in a TARDIS. So now she says I'm going to get both.
Speaking of TARDIS, we haven't really talked about Doctor Who much today. I
know, we just talked about the wee bit with the shooty stuff, and
now the Roman's gone.
I've been listening to an 8th Doctor set called Dark Eyes. There's 4 box sets, and I'm up to box set 3. I've just finished it. I just started the stories of 4. And these were all recorded in around 2012, 2013, so right near the 50th anniversary. And Paul McGann can't say enough about how grateful he is that people love his Big Finish stories, because he only had the movie, and he gets to talk about having been on the webisode.
Yeah.
And he came out and said he is just so grateful that Stephen Moffat mentioned all of his Big Finish companions. That I feel like I've been, he used the word canonized, which obviously was meant to be funny. But I thought that was just very cool that he's so grateful that people love him as the 8th Doctor.
See, the thing is, from the 50th, I love John Hurt, but John Hurt should never have been in Doctor Who. It should have been one or two people. It was originally written for Christopher Eccleston, but because of all the hassle it was going through, it didn't. But instead of them going back and actually making it Paul McGann, why the hell? Why didn't they go back and do Paul McGann instead? Because he would have been perfect in it.
Yep.
But they decided to bring in a big name, and it screwed everything up, because suddenly you insert John Hurt in it, and then the people are going, wait a minute, does that make him the 11th, 12th, 13th, 4th? What's the numbers? Because with David Tennant regenerating twice, and is this with... that's what I'm saying. That's why the new stuff I don't like, just because they throw in something and go, and then it's a case of, but wait a minute, that messes with the continuity, because you went from Sylvester McCoy, Paul McGann. There's gaps because you don't know, but Christopher Eccleston is in there. So you assume the Christopher Eccleston. Then
you assume he was Paul McGann.
Yes, so you assume that, but even though I never mentioned it, but so there's Christopher Eccleston, then there's David Tennant, then David Tennant's hand regenerated, then you had the Donna thing, then you had Matt Smith, then you had John Hurt, which come back and puts it in there, and then you've got this bit here, then David Tennant comes back, and after Peter Capaldi, then you've got Jodie, and then that does this, then you've got another Doctor that's added in here from somewhere, but is she a number 2 spin-off, or is she a number 47,306? And then you've got this, and it brings this over. Now you've got David Tennant coming back. Does that make him this and that? And you're thinking, and that's why I don't like it, because they're actually saying, we're going to introduce the next 16th Doctor. Are you sure it's the 16th? Or is it the 14th? Or is it the 15th? Or is it the 14,417th? Because you have messed up so much with the numbers.
Well, this
the numbers start.
David Tennant is now, let me think. David Tennant is now the 11th, 12th, and 15th Doctors.
Yeah. Right.
Not 14th, because he doesn't count, because that buggers up the counting, because Jodie was the 14th, the least on the 15th.
Right.
Because,
but that's what I'm saying, it messes it up, because they're too busy trying to do this and that and thing this back and through that there. They're actually sitting there thinking, right, at least when they put in William Hurdell as William Hartnell, they actually had him as William Hartnell's character, so he was still the first Doctor. So you didn't actually have another guy walking in and saying, hi, I'm the regeneration of him, and it just looks like me, but I'm really him, and you're sitting there thinking, wait a minute, that means you're now the first and the sixth, or the fourth, and they have got a time limit and a timeline until the new stuff happens, and then it's a case of, we'll just regenerate him again, and then what we'll do is we'll bring him back later on, and then we'll shove somebody in there to actually fill in that gap, and then we'll bring her, and he'll actually introduce you to another Doctor. We don't know where they come from. Is she from before then? Is she after that? And then, then every Doctor is just going to have ultimate regeneration, so that bit with Matt Smith didn't count, because he wasn't dying because he had the ultimate multiple regeneration, so that makes no sense. Now we're going to go here, and we're bringing him back again, so he's now a third one of the version of him. And you're sitting there going, and that's the problem with it. I think the fact is, the people who write it have got zero understanding.
I think what they did, I don't know what happened. I suspect that for some reason they couldn't get Paul McGann. So what they did is they had to do something else. And I must admit, I know what I said. And yes, the War Doctor should have been Paul McGann. But
without question.
On the other hand, without question, except for one thing, we got John Hurt.
No, agreed. That's what we're all saying.
No,
No.
I'm saying I like John Hurt, but he should never have ever.
He should not be. But under the circumstances,
he should never have been in the Doctor Who. Yeah, no problem. Like Derek Jacobi, no problem. But he should not have been the Doctor at all, ever, no matter what. So I'm never going to agree that he should have ever. The fact is, he is the Doctor, so we got him in Doctor Who. Nah. It's not a positive.
John Hurt as an. I'm literally. I mean, yes, in a perfect world, we would have got Paul McGann. But I honestly, personally, I would not have wanted. I'm so glad we actually got John Hurt as the War Doctor. But I know exactly. But I know what you're saying, and it buggered up the numbering.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the dumb thing is that I'm echoing again now for some reason. The dumb thing is that Jodie was never the 13th Doctor because by the established canon, right, 12 regenerations, 13th Doctor. So the Valeyard comes in somewhere between Tennant and Capaldi. Sorry, between Tennant and Smith, because Smith thought he was going to die. Last regeneration. There have been 12 rejections. Yeah. No, but the point is because they've done that. But however you count it, they had to do some shenanigans. But the point was they said the established canon way back to the original series, 12 regenerations, 13, whatever the reason, right? Which is why at the end of his span, Matt Smith's Doctor. He's up there with the Daleks expecting to die because he's in his last regeneration. So he must be the 13th Doctor. Because 12 regenerations, 13 Doctors. He must be the 13th. Otherwise, he would not have been that stuff with Clara saying that's not the question. I said, and with the Time Lords sending him, rebooting him in effect. But sequentially, that must have been. So Capaldi must have been the 14th Doctor, not the 12th. Capaldi must be the 14th.
Well, Tennant should have been the 11th and 12th.
Yes.
Which means that Matt Smith never should have existed.
No, Matt Smith should have existed because 12 regenerations, right?
Oh, right. So he'd be 13.
Yeah. 12 regenerations. It would have
been unlucky 13.
Yeah.
Right. So Matt Smith was last regardless of how you look at it.
Yeah.
Yes, which means the Valeyard should have been in there somewhere.
Yeah. So the Valeyard basically came. I mean, the interesting thing is, of course, when you get the Valeyard, he was described as being between his
12th and final.
Oh, it does say that? Okay. I haven't seen the episode, so I don't know. I've just
heard sorry.
Right, okay. The Valeyard is basically, he said he is the Doctor between his 12th and final regeneration.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
So the Valeyard is never between 13th, but otherwise it's always been 13th.
Then it's between them.
Yeah. So the 13. Yeah. But it's established elsewhere 12 regenerations, meaning 13 Doctors, including.
In other words, couldn't he have, if he's from the future, he would have known that they'd have given him an extra set of regenerations.
That's an interesting point. So, so if you look at it.
Yeah, I suppose you could go down that way.
He could be from anywhere after.
Anywhere at all.
It could be anywhere after Tennant.
Because remember, according to Jodie, that they've got infinite regenerations, they're never actually going to die, so the Valeyard never needs to go back because
the Valeyard can't exist then.
The Valeyard can't exist because he's never going to run out of life because according to them, they've got infinite regeneration, they'll never die.
Let's not go to the Gormless children.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I stopped watching at Spyfall Part 2, so the Gormless children don't exist for me anyway.
Yeah, I stopped watching before the end of Capaldi, so I really like Peter Capaldi, but I couldn't actually even stand anymore when I went back to watch it. So
That's an interesting.
You know me, I'm not a big Doctor Who fan. I don't know where other people get this idea.
So would the Valiant? So if Peter's saying what I think he's saying, I mean, if he's between the 12th and final regenerations, can the Valiant? No, because the Valiant is supposed to be the Doctor's dark side made flesh, isn't he? Effectively,
yeah.
Someone, interesting. I saw someone suggest that Missy might be the Master's Valiant. All the good bits come out, but that's overly complicated. But,
see, I still don't class her. I love Michelle Gomez, but I still don't class her as the Master. No matter what people say, it's to me, doesn't matter how good she portrays it, she's not the Master.
I was on.
Mind you, I thought John Sims wasn't the Master either because he was crap.
We might be one Kelly up there.
What was that?
You didn't hear that, did you?
No, I like Michelle Gomez, and I understand not liking the fact that the Master turned into a woman. But if given what did happen, that they did turn the Master into a woman, she did a bang up job.
Oh, she did.
She was better at the character than John Sims. However, two things that annoyed me with it. One, the Master would never have changed his name. His name was him. So calling himself Missy, why? It wouldn't have made any difference to the Master. Social constructs and everything, because it mean nothing. So him turning around going, I can't call myself the Master now, could I? Really?
I don't know. I mean, if you think about it, a number of times back in the Delgado era in particular, he would
take a pseudonym. Yes,
all which meant Master. So,
but he took it as a pseudonym. But when it came down to it, he was always the Master.
Yeah.
So he would take a pseudonym, not an issue, and his pseudonyms would sort of hint at who he was. But anytime he was confronted, he would always come out as the Master. The Master is who he was. Yeah. The pseudonyms were just. It was like Count Dracula was Alucard and stuff like that. It was a pseudonym for the Master. The Master was always the Master. These were just fronts you put out.
We were talking a bit about this on Gobby's channel last night, talking about the Matt's second season. I'm saying there's a progression, and it sort of it effectively starts that dip the toe in the water with the Doctor's wife and a throwaway line about the Corsair changing gender. Then
yes, of course it was basically gradually. As soon as you mentioned it, you knew they were going to try it.
Nobody bites back. Then you get which way do you get? When did Missy come in?
In the season 10.
Right, so you get. I thought so. So you get the Corsair. You get the General, who regenerates from Ken Bones, whose first line is "Am I back to normal?" Which, by the way, strongly implies, if not states outright, that cross-gender regeneration is unusual. Because otherwise, what's that normal? Then you get Missy, all of which leading up to she who should not be named.
Yeah, and that was another thing that annoyed me as well. Right, that General regenerated. First thing he says is back to normal. Then there was the line about how can you put up with that arrogance all the time? Yeah. And you're sitting there thinking, sorry, if you regenerated into between man and woman, how do you know the difference? How do you see one is bad and one is good if you're both?
Yeah.
So you're telling me that every time you're one, you're always bad, but every time you're the other, you're always good. So how can you be you if you think you're two different people when you're different bodies? The fact that they think they're basically saying, "Oh, I'm good, I'm back to normal." How can you put up with all that testosterone and all that in your head? And you're sitting there thinking, but you just said you were that. So how can you think that was wrong? Because if you think that was wrong, then you are basically saying that anytime you're that, you're wrong. So
if you think about it, the general was the touchstone for two doctors, for Jodie and for Shooty, because it was cross-gender and cross-race. Two cross things in regenerate, two in one regeneration. But hold up. But I mean, I've got problems with the whole idea of that. But I don't know. I mean, I don't like the idea of the cross-gen generation. I mean, did anybody else start going EU when John Sim tried to flirt with Michelle Gomez in the last episode?
Disgusting.
I mean,
I no matter what.
And then they stab each other in the back. It's weird.
I mean,
that was why basically that's why I think none of the two of them were the master. And that's simple as that. John Sims wasn't the master. The master was meant to be a scheming, highly intelligent, a master of manipulation. John Sims was just crazy. Oh, look, the master must be crazy, so let's make him crazy. Woo! And you're sitting there thinking,
I'm dead serious. Check out Alex McQueen on Big Finish.
Yeah, I've heard him. He is good.
Colin?
Yes, I've heard him. He is good as the master. I've not heard all of them, but I've heard some of them.
I mean,
but that's what I'm saying is the fact is John Sims to me was not the master. He was just basically a psychopath who somebody thought he was the master, and even all that part with he was taking over all the other bodies, and you're sitting there thinking, really? This is just somebody's wet dream of I'm going to take the world and everybody's going to be like me, so I can actually do what I want with me because I'm me and me. And that's just somebody letting it into their own story. But Michelle Gomez, no matter what, I just don't see Michelle Gomez as the master, no matter how much I like her and how much
Michelle Gomez should have been the Rani.
Exactly. She was perfect because the Rani was as manipulative as the master. The Rani was designed as a female version of the master.
Right.
So she was meant to be manipulative, the spider in the web, behind the scenes, pulling all the strings. But then they basically didn't want the Rani. They wanted, it had to be a female version of the master, which the Rani was.
Yeah.
But no, that's different. We want a female version of the master. Well, the Rani, no, a female version of, that's it they were focused on. Because if we could do that, then we could do this, and nobody will notice we're going to do that. Really? Fucking subtle as a brick.
They made so many stupid mistakes that if they wanted to do, I mean, if they really lead character in a Doctor Who show, fine. You've got Romana. Bring, I remember Romana. You've got a literal accepted by most people. You've got a literal gender swapped, cross-gender, a literal full-on transgender doctor. Her name's Jenny.
But the thing is,
it's fantastic.
Yeah, make her, make a show. Do it, spin it off, and then you could have had two bloody shows going.
Her Big Finish audios are wonderful.
Hey, Matt. How's tomorrow?
You know what will make me accept all of these? I want Buddy, the Vampire Slayer.
Yes.
Make something like that where they've made it a gender swap the other way, and then we'll see. I think most people will complain about it the same way as they would do the other way. I think more people would actually complain about it because they don't want to see a Buddy, the Vampire Slayer. They want to see Buffy, the Vampire Slayer. They don't want to see. That's the thing. But to make them prove that it's just one way. It's not just one way. You've just seen it that way. Would have proved they're wrong because they've been going on about, we picked the best actress for the job for Cleopatra. It was nothing to do with her race and all that. But it was the best person. Yeah, they picked Hawaiian. They picked a Hawaiian actress to play Lilo Hawaiian character in Lilo and Stitch, and they're complaining because she's too white.
Yeah.
So these are the same people who are turning around and saying, what are you looking at somebody's colour for?
Yeah.
They're just the best actors for the job. Well, we've actually got an actress who's actually not only the best actress for the job, she's actually the same ethnicity as the person she's playing. Oh, that doesn't work because she's too white. She should be black. Are these people nuts? Yes, they are. They're actually, we knew they were nuts beforehand, but every time they open their mouth to show they're stupid and nuts. That's why I can never take them seriously.
It's one thing to cast color neutral and just not mention it. Like having Dev Patel play David Copperfield and the fact that he's Indian never comes up. It's another thing in Bridgerton to cast a duke, an earl's widow, and the queen as very obviously black and have them be touting black causes.
Well, they did
Bridgerton.
They did the full-on ginger side with Anne Bloody Boleyn. They blackfaced Anne Boleyn.
Yeah. No, there's another one. I think the Disaster there's got a good point. Missy could have been the master's daughter. I would have accepted that. But the bit where they did USS UK or the Spaceship UK on what was the one? Remember?
Beast Below.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Beast Below. Well, that worked because it was generations down the line.
Right.
Does it matter? Because people marry in and it changes the features of people throughout. So it could have been Meghan and Harry's kid somewhere down the line. But what I'm saying is people didn't get annoyed because they weren't actually taking Elizabeth or somebody before and making and race swap. They basically says down the line, this is the Queen. And everybody went, right, so what's the beast below? They just, we don't care. That's not, that doesn't bother us because it's somewhere in the future. And somewhere in the future, anything can happen. However, but then they did Anne Boleyn, they've done Cleopatra, which I thought was hilarious. The Egyptian government is suing them.
That is absolutely, but the thing is, there have been some absolutely hilarious kickbacks. The best one was, I was when I heard that The Woman King was coming out, I was actually quite interested because I actually, having seen a video by Sargon Wakar, an old one of his, about the slave trade and the rest of, I knew a little bit about that period. So I thought, they come up with that one. I haven't seen the film because I saw the publicity, it was really crap. But where did all the kickback against the Woman Queen come from? The African American community, not the white community, the African American community, because that,
but that's the thing. That was another thing that I saw. There was it was a Twitter story about a woman. A guy was asking her a question, and she was a black woman, he was a black man, and she's saying, "What's your ethnicity?" He goes, "American." She says, "No. Do you not actually class yourself as a black American?" He says, "No, because my colour didn't get me here. My colour didn't get me this privilege, that privilege. I came in here because I'm doing the best for my constituents. I'm not here for race baiters like you. I'm a race baiter. I'm a race baiter." And she was the one that was actually asking him to identify himself as black, where he just wanted to ask a question, and she was demanding him to identify himself as black just so. And then he basically came out and says, "I'm American."
20-something years ago, there was the Republican National Convention, which was held in New York. And there were black delegates, and somebody went up, some member of the press went up to a black delegate and said, "Do you feel alone?" And he looked at her and he said, "I'm surrounded by fellow Republicans. Why would I be alone?"
Yeah.
I mean, I was when I lived in New York, I was very, very active in the New York Republican Party, which is not hard to do considering there were so few of us.
Yeah. Meeting in someone's front room. Yeah.
I had friends who were white, who were black, who were gay black, gay Hispanic, straight Hispanic. I mean, I was working and socializing and friends with people who were everything, because we didn't care what you were. We really, truly did only care about the content of your character.
Oh, this is the thing that gets me is that as especially as someone who's interested in history, not so much in modern history, but in history in general. Up until 20 years ago, we were making massive great strides in all this. The reason why you get the fourth wave feminism, for example, the first and second wave feminists got everything. They got everything they wanted, and they suddenly found they got nothing more to complain about. And they should have,
You broke up again.
So I said, what the original feminists in the 60s and the 70s wanted, when they wanted equal pay, voting rights, etc., etc., etc. They got all that, and then suddenly there's nothing more to do. I was watching. There's been a couple of clips on YouTube about some guy giving, not Trevor Noah, the other guy, Don Lemonlass. Going over on his show with him and someone about, apparently this guy started off at the NRA comparing something to do with 1865 and the 1960s, the civil rights movement,
right?
Because he was talking about gun control, etc., which obviously is something that we in this country don't have much can't relate to that much. But right. I think the chap was, I think is he the Indian guy that's
he basically, and he was going on about how you realise if it wasn't for guns and people having the rights to own them that could protect themselves against the racists, they wouldn't have had the rights they would have had, because they now had the freedom to own a gun.
And wanted to make it illegal for black people. But he was going on to Don Lemon and his sycophantic assistant on whatever breakfast show, whatever it is on now. It was quite interesting just to see this guy. I've got a feeling the guy in question is also he's possibly one of the contenders for Republican nomination. I'm not sure. I think this is an Indian.
Yes, Vivek Ramaswamy.
That's the guy. Yeah. I think that maybe the guy was. I'm not sure.
Born here, because you have to be born a U.S. citizen in order to be able to run. So, somebody who's been born in Canada to 2 U.S. parents, or somebody who's been born in the U.K. to 2 U.S. parents, or Boris Johnson, he was born in the U.S. He could be the U.S. He could be a U.S. president because he was born in the U.S. and therefore has birthright citizenship. But so Vivek Ramaswamy can run for president.
When I said about the mass shooters, let's be honest, most mass shooters don't get mentioned because of who they are and who they shoot.
Oh yeah.
Well, also the fact is the people assume mass shooters are actually, well, if there was a law saying hand in your guns, these guys who were actually quite willing to go out and murder people would have thought, oh, well, the law says I can't own this. Here you go.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but the law says you can't shoot people, but did that stop them? So is the law going to say don't own a gun going to stop them either?
Well, that's it. They're creating a world where only criminals can have guns. But going back before about talking about Black Americans and being Americans or British or whatever, there was a book written about 25 years ago called Out of America. I think it's called Out of America, or I think that's what it's called. Anyway, the author is a guy named Keith Richburg, Richburg. He is a Black American guy who does not want to call himself African American because he's an American. Mm-hmm. I don't walk around calling myself, Scottish.
I don't call myself Italian Scot because I'm Scottish.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But remember, here in the New World, ethnicity is not the same thing as nationality.
Mm-hmm.
But I do not walk around calling myself a German, Irish, Scottish, Hungarian, Russian American. I just call myself an American.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's because I'm a Republican. But this guy, Keith Richburg, wrote a book. He's a black man, and he worked for the Washington Post, and he was sent to Africa to be the bureau chief for the Washington Post. And he spent about 3-4 years there. And the ending, I mean, the book's a couple hundred pages, and at the very end, he says, "Thank you to my nameless, faceless ancestor who made it over to America. I thank God he survived and was able to procreate and end up with me, because I don't want to be a citizen of anywhere else." He does not want to live in Africa. When he first was sent to Africa, he thought, great, I'm going home. But he was treated like an American. He wasn't treated like a local. He was just, oh my God, this place is not what Black Americans think it is. It's just not.
But that's like nowhere is your home is where you were born and brought up.
Oh, I agree.
Because even if you didn't like, and I mean, there's parts of Scotland I absolutely would not like to stay in. However, if I decided, right, I don't like those parts of Scotland, so I'm going to move out, I might move down to England or Wales or Ireland or somewhere.
Right.
It'll just never feel at home. It'll never feel like where you were brought up.
Well, I mean, I was born and raised in New York, and part of me, New York is always going to be a part of me. I mean, I say to people, you can take the girl out of New York, but you can't take New York out of the girl.
Yeah.
Because there are certain aspects of being a native New Yorker that are never, ever going to leave me. But I'm very happy where I live now. I fit in really well here. But I miss pizza. I miss bagels. I miss the convenience of living in New York. But I don't miss the crime. I don't miss the dirt. I don't miss people like the current mayor, who all of a sudden is realizing that illegal immigration is hurting his city. Go figure.
Yeah, it's right across the board. They're actually saying, aye, but, we want them in, but, wait a minute, you can't have them in my house. You have to move them over there. But the people over there don't want them. They say, but they're racist. But you don't want them. But that's different.
Well, of course it is. It's funny, talking about African-American, I was reading something about Sidney Poitier, and people called him an African-American. He's not African-American. He's Bahamian.
It's the same as Caribbean. People from the Caribbean descent, they hate getting called African-American, but because they're black, the people automatically assume. And I've heard them, one or two of them actually go, wait a minute. I'm not, my family's not from Africa, no matter what you think.
Somebody referred to Archbishop Tutu as an African-American. No, he's African.
He's South African.
Exactly. He's right. Well, Elon Musk is African-American.
I know.
And so is Scarlett Johansson. Not Scarlett Johansson. What's the other woman? Oh God, I get the two of them confused. Oh God.
Kate Blanchett? No.
No, she's Australian. Oh God, what's her name? She's in Cider House and Rules.
I think I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember.
Charlize Theron.
Yeah.
She's African American. Somebody who was born and raised in the United States is not African American. They're American.
Yeah. But people actually have to add that. It's the same as when somebody says they're Irish American.
Which I
so
don't.
You're American. You just want to actually say to people, but I'm from Ireland, but you're not. You're from America. Your ancestors. It's the same as me. I don't cast myself as an Italian Scot or an Italian Brit. I'm just Scottish because that's where I brought up. My dad was Scottish. My granddad was Italian.
Right.
But I don't class myself as Irish because my granny was Irish.
Peter could probably be the same as you. He's part Italian.
Mm-hmm. But that's what I'm saying. It's just a case of certain parts of the country, world think they have to actually put in that tag. And
they do
it's mostly people from America who have to say where they're from. And you just look at them as if to say, but you're American.
Well, it depends. It's basically people of the left. And well, to be honest, a lot of people of Irish descent want to stress that they're Irish American. A lot of people of Italian descent,
like your president, you mean?
American.
Mhm.
But I'm more German than anything else. I do not walk around saying I'm German American. I just don't. I've been to the German American.
Yeah, you would say you're more likely to say you were Pennsylvania Dutch.
Actually, my mother's family is from Pennsylvania, and they are German.
That's what I'm saying. Is you don't hear many people say they're German American, but you'll hear the Pennsylvania Dutch, which is implying a Germanic root as well.
Amish. My mother's whole family is from, her father's family is from Pennsylvania, and they are German.
Yeah, I was saying, because Pennsylvania Dutch, if I remember right, it's actually a corruption of Pennsylvania Deutsch.
Deutsch, exactly.
They're not from Holland, they're German.
Referred to as Pennsylvania Dutch is Amish.
Mm-hmm.
But
they're German rather than Dutch.
My ancestry is half German, both sides. Mom's mother's family is Hungarian and Russian.
See, my granny's family was a Mick, and my grandfather's family were Bops. So and the rest of us was just all Scottish. So we're thick.
You've got people in Ireland, in Australia who emigrated from Ireland. You've got people in Canada, tons of people in Canada whose ancestors emigrated from Scotland and Ireland.
Yeah, but it's the thing is, you can still, like for instance, me, I could still be proud of my grandfather's roots, my grandmother's roots,
sure.
Even though they're not Scottish, but that doesn't make me an Italian Scot or an Irish Scot. It just makes me a Scot who has got roots from another country. But I don't need to actually advertise it to anybody. Say again?
If you were an athlete, you could be an Italian athlete.
Aye. Yeah, obviously I would need to actually go back about 4 generations and actually start training.
Yeah. The World Baseball Classic was held back in March, and Team Israel is mostly people from the US and Canada who are Jewish.
Yeah. Well, you look at it, the first one I noticed and I thought it was farcical was Zola.
Italian Canadians.
The first one I saw, which actually made me realize it is just all about money and nothing else, was Zola Bud. You remember?
Yeah,
she got banned, and then suddenly she was running for another country because her grandmother was born there. So basically what you're saying is it's nothing to do with your nationality, it's where you can actually find a trace back that somebody will let you run for. And that to me shows it's nothing to do with anything. So the fact that her country says you cannot run, but another country says, come to us because your grandmother was born over here, so we'll give you that right. And that shows it was nothing to do with anything. They just wanted, it was all to do with money. So that's why I have got no, it's the same as the Scottish team. English team as well, the football teams.
Yeah.
The English team had a German manager. To me, then it's no longer an English team, because the English team, same as the Scottish team, same as the American team, same as the Americans got a bigger landmass and a lot more people. But the fact is, each player should be Scottish born. Don't care the rest of it; they should be Scottish born. Management of the team should be Scottish born because it should be a national team. So it doesn't matter where their parents were from. It doesn't mean they have dual nationality. It means they were born, Scottish born and Scottish bred, not Scottish born and moved out. So that'd be like me getting born in Scotland, moving, staying in Italy all my life, then coming over here to play football. No, it's because I might have the technical Scottish born, but I'm not Scottish because I'm Italian, because I lived over there and that's where I was brought up. I don't like the dual passport system. I think you should be one or the other. You should not be allowed to have dual passport. If you've got one passport, your other one is null and void. I know a few people who've got 2 passports, different names on the passports, because there's the British passport and their other passport with their other Christian. So they were born over there. They were born, so birth certificate, which means passport. and then when they come over here, they get christened and new passports, so different names. Both of them are legal.
That's exactly it. I mean, there's a guy who pitched for Team Italy named Matt Harvey. He was born in the U.S., but obviously he has Italian heritage somewhere close enough, like to the level of grandparent on one side of his family. Or again, Team Israel is basically all.
Well, did you not see the one that was talking about the all American math team that beat the Chinese? They were all Chinese.
What was that?
The American math team that beat the Chinese math team. they were all Chinese.
But they were born here.
Yeah, they were all American, but they were all Chinese descent, and that's what people were laughing at. Is there's the Americans that beat the Chinese, and they were all Chinese descent, and it's just a case of people were looking at it and going, but they're all Chinese. No, they're American. They just because their parents were maybe born in China and emigrated, they were born and bred in America. It's just that people were saying that these are the Americans that beat the Chinese team, and somebody's going, is it the right picture? It's just that they're Chinese descendants. That's nothing to do with anything. They were American.
I don't know what it's like in the UK, but here in the US, we've got a lot of people who were not born here, who are immigrated to the country. A friend of mine is an immigration lawyer. We've got people who immigrated to the US or immigrated to Canada, and they are more patriotic than people who were born and raised.
No, it's the opposite here. People who are coming in actually hate the country and want to change it.
Oh, absolutely. But on the other hand, there are people who are definitely more patriotic than the people who are native.
If I had an opportunity to move to America, I would have the flags up on the wall, and then bloody right. I would be actually want to live the American dream.
I am fiercely patriotic.
I would be wanting to live the American dream if I had emigrated to America. I'd be the one with a big Dodge, and I would want horses out the back, and I'd be walking about with a cowboy hat because I want to live the American dream. I wouldn't want to live the Scottish dream in America. I want to live the American dream and be.
Wasn't there a book about how Scotland saved the world, or how Scotland did something? I mean, there was the 18th century was very Scottish with, Hume.
Well, a lot of the administration of the British Empire was done by Scots.
Yeah.
Well, you look at one point, the Scottish education system was one of the top in the world. The Scottish medical system was one of the top in the world. Mm-hmm. The Scottish legal system, the Scottish administration system was one of the top in the world. Now, I wouldn't actually, if I was wanting to go back to school to learn, I certainly wouldn't go anywhere in Scotland. If I was wanting an education that was comparable with the Scottish Empire, the Scottish education system, I might as well go to a third world country and get an education system there. If I want to go to the doctors or the hospital in Scotland, might as well go to a third world country. The medical practice would be the same, if not better, because I'm diabetic, right? Diabetic used to report everything. So I would go and say, I've got a problem with my feet. They would send me to the chiropodist or podiatrist, whatever. And if I had a problem with my blood, they would send me to the doctor, to the specialist to get checks done. If I had an issue with my hands, they would send me there. I got a letter. It says, you've got an appointment in 4 months' time. So I went to the appointment expecting to do all the blood tests and all that. And I thought it was just another regular appointment because you get an appointment 6 months down the line. So I got a letter saying 4 months down the line, there's an appointment for you. So to me, it was a regular appointment. They come in, take your bloods. So I went in. And it was one nurse. And she says, we sent you that letter out because we had some concerns because we'd noticed your blood sugars were high the last time you were in. I said, so you sent me an appointment 4 months down the line for something important. Well, you see, and I says, so what's happening about my feet? what's that? I says, well, I reported something 3 years ago, which you always tell us, being diabetic, report everything about your feet because the circulation. They says, oh, we don't do that now. You have to report it yourself. I says, but I reported it to you 3 years ago when it was your responsibility, and I reported it to the doctor. They says, oh, it's not their responsibility. You have to report it to that department. I says, so you're effectively saying is you don't treat me. I says, so you go to take bloods? Oh no, we don't do that now because it's all up at a different. I says, so why am I here? Just in case you wanted to ask us any questions, because we thought your blood sugars were a bit high. Really, I took time off work to come down here to get told. We thought it was an emergency. We gave you an appointment 4 months down the line, and we're not going to do anything about it. But going to actually tell us what if you think you've got a problem. Well, I may have had a problem 4 months ago when my blood sugars were high. Maybe I'd actually been eating too much. But I think 4 months ago was probably the time to talk to me about it, not today.
I mean, I know that everybody makes fun of the U.S. system. I understand that, and I understand that it sucks that you got to pay for it.
Yeah.
However, if I need a doctor, I need to see my doctor. I can see my doctor.
I can't now. I can't even if I want to see the doctor. I phone a helpline. It tells me to go online and book an appointment, and they may get in contact with me in 48 hours. And then if I get through, if I actually can persist and try and get through to the person, they'll turn around and say, well, it could be next week, maybe the week after that you could get an appointment, but it'll be a 15-minute appointment, and if you're late, we'll basically cancel your appointment. But as soon as you come in, you can sit there for an hour.
Yeah.
But if you're 5 minutes late, your appointment's cancelled, but you can sit there for an hour. But it might not even be an appointment. It might be a telephone appointment.
For example, I was pre-diabetic. So they do look at my blood sugar. I have thyroid issues, so they look at my T whatevers. And so I have to have blood work done every year. And so I lost the script. My annual appointment's not till the summer, and I lost the script. And somebody was saying to me, well, what are you going to do? And I said, I'm going to go through, there's somebody in the UK said, what are you going to do? And I said, well, I'm just going to log into the doctor's portal and say, by the way, I can't find my script. Can you send me another one? And she's like, you can't do that here.
I know.
And again, people rant and rave about the U.S. system, but I'm going to get another script and I'm going to get my blood work done when I feel like getting it done.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Look at I was thinking what Peter said. Right, Peter's type. He's type what 2? I'm type 1, right?
Well, you're type 1.
I have now been told that they don't deal with feet, so you have to contact them directly. Eyes. I used to go to the diabetic clinic and get my eyes tested. Now I have to make an appointment with an optician who'll do the test for me and let the doctors know if there's anything that needs to be done.
Not even an ophthalmologist?
Nope, and an optician. The same ones that test your eyes for me, they've got machines.
Right.
And they let the doctor know if there's any changes.
I've got glaucoma in my family, even though this particular relative did not have diabetes. He did have glaucoma. So I go to an ophthalmologist and get tested for glaucoma. I get tested for a whole bunch of different things because my dad had macular degeneration. And I see her mostly once a year. She did need to see me again because she wanted to test certain things, but the appointment was in 3 months and they didn't tell me, oh, by the way, this is your appointment. I made it while I was there. And I made it the day I could be there. So, I mean, I don't remember who it was. And again, I understand why people, piss on our medical system, but people from the UK come here to get treated. People from Canada come here to get treated.
That's what I'm saying. The last time I had an issue with my eyes, I basically phoned the doctor and he says, oh, if it's with your eyes, speak to an optician. I says, why would I want to speak to an optician about a medical? I said, why would I want to speak to an optician about a medical issue with my eyes? Oh, well, opticians are specialists. It giving me a pair of glasses. One of my friends, an optician, and she says, oh no, they're trained in that. I says, no, you go to medical school get trained on that, then that's fine. But you don't get trained on medical practices for the eyes. You get trained on optical practices for the eyes, not related.
Ophthalmologists or MDs. Optometrists are doctors of optometry, and they can do exams and they can prescribe some drugs.
As I said, a medical practitioner, not an optometrist. It's basically somebody actually tests to see if my eyes are I'm short-sighted or long-sighted.
Opticians can only do tests for glasses.
Yes.
And fit you.
They've now got all the machines that they can take eyes and all that, and it's all the opticians that are doing it. They're sending me the opticians, specsavers.
An optician or an ophthalmologist.
I've got an eye test next month, and one thing I hate is exactly the path thing to test for glaucoma. I hate that.
Yeah, the hard thing. But you're going into opticians sitting there, and the same guy that's actually been testing for your eyes is basically the one doing all the tests on your eyes for these machines. To me, it's the same guy. So why would I go? I'm going there because. Why? I might need a new pair of glasses. Oh, well, you need to do it for part of your diabetes. If I don't go, they're going to cut my medication off. So I'm going just to tick the box saying I've been. They say, is there any questions? I say no, and then walk out. Even if I had a question, I wouldn't actually ask an optician a medical question because they're opticians. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. And anytime I phone them, they'll say, speak to an optician. Why? I want to speak to a medical professional. Not somebody who's been trained in. It's the same idea as if I've got a problem with my feet. I don't go to the guy who sells me my shoes and ask him.
No, of course
he might actually be able to fit my shoes so they're not uncomfortable, but that doesn't mean he knows anything about my feet. It's the same as an optician. An optician knows how to diagnose for long or short-sighted and stuff like that. What's that got to do with anything else to do with my eyes?
They
may questions. I go. Get it done, tick the box and say, I've got it done now. Gives my medication. And they keep saying, oh, if you don't do these appointments, you don't do that, you'll still get your medication. I don't trust you enough to actually believe that. So the only reason I do these is so I don't get my medication cut because I need my medication. So the only good thing you're good for me is I get my medication for free. If I didn't, I would be expected to pay for it because you will say, but you didn't come to an appointment. So we're cutting it, so you need to pay for it now. That's what the way the world, the Scottish health service is going down. I think they're going to get to the point where they're going to use any excuse to say, you're not getting that medication now, you need to pay for it yourself, even if it's life-saving.
Well, I mean,
I go to the appointments, I tick the box, they ask me if I have any question, I say no, and I walk out.
I get my medication. So when I book the eye test, I get the eye test for free as well because I'm over 60. But so I get you. But I noticed there was a thing. I mean, going back to what you said earlier on about your government. There's. I mean, I watch podcasts of the Lotus Eaters each day, and they obviously the troubles with the SNP been having. I'm saying that if they had a referendum, you probably find a lot of English people would vote for Scottish independence because we're fed up with paying for you. Yeah, because all the stuff that's free comes out English taxpayers.
See, it's the fact. That's what people automatically assume. Aye, we get independence, we'll get the oil government money. Actually, no, because the English government got the oil money. That's an independent company. It's got that. You can tax them to buggery, but all they'll do is go, oh, well, switch everything off because it's too expensive to work here. So, and that's the thing. They think they're just suddenly going to get all that, the North Sea oil money. Aye, right.
Not even just that, but you've got to come up with your own military. You got to print your own money.
Oh no, they don't want that. They want to still use the pound, and they still want England to actually supply to join in with the military stuff.
No, I understand. So they really don't want independence. They just say they want it.
That's what it is. The Scottish National Party just mean we actually want to pretend to be in charge and blame you for everything, and then nothing else. So we don't really want independence. We just want to actually jingle the keys.
Colin's English. You're Scottish. and then Darren is Welsh. Yes, and Wendy is Welsh
Yep.
by marriage.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what I don't get is why Wales is allowed to have their own parliament and Scotland is
Because
allowed
Tony Blair
But
this country
England-
over in the 1990s. There's a meme going round, which you see on something, which is something happened. Where that comes from is I honestly can't remember. There's a politician. Because there's one interview said we're not sure what happened. I think he was saying it to do with house prices. It used to be 20, 30 years ago, the average house price was 3 times your annual salary. Nowadays, it's about 8 times. But his quote is, something happened in the 1990s. What happened in the 1990s was Tony Blair came in and Labour government came in. He's the one behind the...
Remember Blair.
Yeah.
I
I knew that was actually all a farce. Was when Tony Blair got sworn in, he didn't go to previous Labour prime ministers to get advice. He went to Margaret Thatcher, the Conservative prime minister, to get advice. Yeah,
but the best bit about this whole independence thing, Kelly, they want they want independence from Britain, where they are 1/4 of the nation, right? England, Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Wales, right? They're 1/4 of it. But they don't want independence. They want to bugger off and rejoin the EU, where they're one of 29 states.
Right.
And they're almost certainly going to have the euro as their currency if they join.
Of course.
If the EU will let them join, which the
EU won't let them join because there's certain rules they have to jump through and Scotland can't match them. But that's another thing, right? See, before the independence vote, I was a member of SNP. I was a very active, not active member. I was basically very active, forthright in letting people know we should have independence because we were under the Westminster government and B under the European government. So there was 2 layers of government above Scotland. And I thought, well, if we are independent, then we get rid of one.
Yeah.
Then it failed. So I was 45. I was one of the 45. And I thought, well, in my own country, I'm a minority in my own country of people who want independence. So, and then, so that once in a lifetime vote, they started turning around going, but it didn't count because, because you lost. Apart from anything else, I think majority rules. So just because you lost doesn't mean it's unfair. And then Brexit came up. So then you've still got the same 2 layers. And we voted for Brexit. So Brexit was out. Then we've only got the one level of government over us, which is the Westminster, over the Scottish government. And then I thought, excellent. And then they were talking about the independence vote again. And I thought, so you want to change that to that, which was the worst of the 2. That's like turning around saying, I hate my dad's rules in the house, so I'm moving out to my granddad's. And you realise your granddad actually drove your dad out because his rules were so bad. Well, that doesn't matter, but I don't like my dad's rules, so I'm going to go to my granddad's.
Well, the same thing happened in Canada because the Quebecois separatist movement, they wanted the same thing, even though when they were surveyed, they all said, well, what do you mean we have to come up with our own military and our own currency and our own government and pay for, this, that, and the other thing? We just want to be independent. Well, there's a price to it.
Scotland, most of the people who vote for independence now don't realise that. I did at the time. So I realised there would be tax increases and stuff like that. But I thought, it gets one layer of bureaucracy away from us, so it can't be a bad thing because you're cutting down the amount of bureaucracy. And yes, you wouldn't have all the influx of the British money, and you would have initially it would be a struggle, but once you've settled and things like that, you're aware of what you've got to work with, it'll gradually get better.
Well, if you look, all right, even if you just look at the U.S., when we went independent 250 years ago, it cost a fortune, and we had to borrow money from all sorts of people, like the French and the Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
And it took double-digit number of years to get everything paid off. It's not easy to start your own country.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So even the fact is the infrastructure is already in place, so there's a bit of messing around and stuff like that. But then now, when I look at people who are still advocating for independence, and I'm sitting there thinking, did they realise that all those things they're actually asking, they're hanging as we'll have this, we'll have that. The only reason you've got that is because Westminster subsidise
Exactly.
the people, but they don't see that. They say, well, that means it would be all ours. What would be all yours?
Well, how much welfare is there? I mean, people are on the dole, but Westminster's paying for that.
Yeah. And I know it's just absolutely, it's crazy. And I was very an independent man. I was very independent guy coming growing up. And once the vote went against, and I thought, well, and then they started going all the, oh well, we were robbed. It wasn't fair, and we should get another one. And I thought, so basically they're saying is they want what they want, but they don't want to actually go with the majority vote. And that's when I started losing interest in it, because then I realised it was nothing to do with what the majority wanted, it was what they wanted, which made me start looking into a bit more of the behind the scenes stuff. And that's when I realised that no, I wouldn't actually touch them with I wouldn't touch them with a barb pole.
One thing that the men who founded the U.S. realized is that pure democracy is nothing more than mob rule.
And as one of the article, the documentaries I was watching, it was explaining the difference between a democracy and a democratic republic. What is it? Democratic republic.
We're a constitutional republic.
Constitutional republic. So basically, and it shows the difference. And I must admit that the way they're going around now, because they were explaining what they were and why they were put in that way to stop one man suddenly getting all, and they're saying all these people who are calling it a democracy are doing it to chip away.
We're not a democracy.
No, but the ones that are calling it a democracy, because they're doing it to chip away the constitutional republic, because if they can actually get enough people to think it's a democracy, so they basically, well, it's a democracy, which means this can happen, because as soon as they get people to think like that, they can step in with the issues that a democracy can have, that one person can be a tyrant, because
that's why the electoral college is so important.
But they're messing around with that as well. So
of course, but they'd have to destroy the Constitution to do it, so they can't.
But they will. But you look at what they're doing with the First Amendment now. They're not being allowed people. They're actually trying to police speech, which is actually going against that. And if people fall against it, they're saying, "But that doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count." The Second Amendment with the gun rights. This is just from an outsider. The Second Amendment with your gun rights. They're basically saying, "But this doesn't count. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. We're going to do this. We're going to do this." So, which you're chipping away at it. So they're chipping away at the first. They're chipping away at the second. Is it the Fourth Amendment as well?
But luckily, I mean, Donald Trump's got a gun. He's not a good human being. I don't like the man personally. I've met him. He was very kind to me, but he's not a decent human being.
He's a rich man. He's a rich man. It's the same as most politicians or businessmen. They're ruthless and they'll do what they want to do for themselves. If it helps other people, all the better.
One very good thing he did was appoint originalists to the court. And they don't have to be conservative Republicans. They just happen to be, but they don't. It's not required. It just works out that they are people who believe that what the men in the 1700s said is what they meant. And they meant that the freedom of speech should not be infringed. The right to assembly should not be, free assembly should not be infringed.
Is that the Fourth Amendment?
Practice your religion should not be infringed. That's all the First Amendment right there is freedom of
Is
speech,
it all?
religion, and freedom of the press. It's all the First Amendment. And I know Prince Harry says it's bonkers, but Prince Harry is a fool.
That's actually paying him too much of a compliment.
Well, I'm being nice.
Uh-huh.
I'm being nice.
But the thing is,
yeah.
The thing is, actually, I remember being surprised when
you went out again.
None of us live in a democracy.
No, of course not.
We live in a dictatorship. Listen, guys, could you come for me 2 seconds? I'll be right back.
Okay. Democracy is mob rule.
Yeah. No. Yeah, what we in this.
You're breaking up.
We live in a democratic oligarchy. We democratically elect the people who do make the laws. There have been in my lifetime there have been two instances of democracy in my country in my lifetime. Both of those to do with the EU. Mm-hmm. Well, one of them to do with the EC, should we stand or should we leave? And one with the EU, should we stay or should we go? That's the only time you had a democratic vote, because we voted directly on the issue.
Right.
I mean, what people forget is that you and I both probably know this, being historians, that the Greek idea of democracy was only a small amount of people could actually vote in the first place.
Exactly.
And I had to vote everything.
Universal suffrage is mob rule by definition.
Yes. Exactly. And this stream has now become let's get political. For the last hour, I think we've got Geeky.
In terms of sides, I'm talking political theory. In that it's a fact that the United States is not a democracy. I don't care what Joe Biden says. I don't care what Kamala Harris says.
Oh, he does.
I don't care what any of these people say. We are not a democracy. We've never been a democracy.
The important thing the important thing I think that people keep pointing out is they don't say that. They say protecting our democracy, i.e. their rule.
Right. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But we don't have a democracy, which I'm very glad for. And what is really very cool about the Electoral College takes into account migration between the states, because back in the 1790s, Virginia was the California of its day.
Virginia
had all the electoral votes. Everybody else was a lot smaller.
Did I hear somewhere recently? One of the states has recently, or one of the Senate seats has moved from one state to another because of population, or something like that.
Not the Senate. The Senate, you get 2 seats regardless of the population.
Right.
The Senate represents the state, and that's another thing that the left doesn't understand, or they're idiots who are not educated and failed civics, or never were taught civics, because the left doesn't want to teach anybody, because just like in slave days, they didn't want to teach slaves how to read and write because then they could overcome their masters.
Yeah.
Randy Weingartner, the head of the teachers union, does not want to teach people, because if they know what's really going on, they can overcome their masters.
Or is it then? Would it be a seat in the
United States Senate? There are 2 senators for each state, regardless of population, because they represent the state. Every single person in a state votes for Senate. It's not by district. It's majority rule just for that person.
Right. Okay.
They have a 6-year term.
And is it the same for seats in the House?
No. The House is that. The House, they represent the population rather than the state. So each House seat, there's 435 House seats, and they're distributed by population. So California is the biggest state by population. They have, I think, 50 or 48 or 50 representatives. They've lost several for the first time in history. People are fleeing California.
Right, that may be what I'd heard.
It's the House. Texas has gained seats. Florida has gained seats. In my lifetime, my home state of New York went from the largest state by population to the fourth largest state by population. They've lost a bunch of seats. So California is the biggest, Texas is second, Florida is third, New York is fourth. Illinois is up there, Pennsylvania is up there. New Jersey is a small state in terms of geography, but they've got a very dense population, but Illinois got more people.
I have to admit, I didn't, as an outsider, the electoral college system always seemed a bit strange to me, in as much as, well, okay, sorry, surely.
No, understood. It is very strange to people here too, because nobody ever learned about it.
Yeah, no, but I understood that okay, but surely that means then that everybody, surely that means that majority rule doesn't. But I understand it more after the last 5-10 years. I've learned understood a lot more about it. I hadn't realised, for example, that most, if not all, of your cities are blue.
Yeah, they are.
Most of everything outside the cities is red. So
if
therefore,
you map of an electoral map of the U.S., it's overwhelmingly red.
Yeah.
Which for us means conservatives. God only knows why, because everybody knows reds are commies. But for whatever reason,
it's confusing in this case because it's
I always got that mixed up. I always thought initially the blues were the Republicans and the reds were the Democrats, because
should be because Democrats are commies and they're pinkos and red. Mm-hmm. But I guess they decided red Republican makes more sense to them than blue Republican, whatever. But if you look at a map of the U.S.,
the
majority of counties and congressional districts are red. That's why the Congress is mostly Republican right now. And we've had a couple of people who switched parties. So the Republicans run the Congress because there's Florida picked up seats, Texas picked up a seat. So we have, and Florida's congressional, what's the word? Florida's congressional membership, for lack of a better word, went from mostly Republican to overwhelmingly Republican. And Texas,
stays that way.
The delegation is overwhelmingly Republican. Whereas New York, even though New York, if you look at the counties, is very, very red, because New York is the 800-pound gorilla in the room, New York City, it's a blue state.
Yeah, I mean,
Illinois. You look at Illinois, outside of Chicago, it's mostly Republican, but Chicago is the 800-pound gorilla.
Well, because I remember a while ago someone saying that that if you do have another split, the split would be effectively between city and the United Cities of America and the United States of America, sort of thing.
You'd have Miami being part of the country with Los Angeles, which wouldn't make sense.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't.
So there actually is. There's a guy named Kurt Schlichter who has a very funny Twitter feed, who is an attorney based in California, who is a very conservative Republican, go figure. He's also a former Army colonel, and he's written a series of fictional novels about the breakup of the United States. And it's basically the coasts as one country and the middle as another country. But granted, there's some leftist states up there, like Michigan always votes Democrat, and Wisconsin mostly votes Democrat, and Minnesota always votes Democrat, which is weird. But they would be part of the they're part of New York and Massachusetts, but the rest of the heartland, everywhere from there's people in Oregon who are trying to secede and join Idaho.
Yeah, I noticed. I've seen that. Yeah, that's interesting. I think there was, you saying that, I think there was I think it was Harry Turtledove who's done a lot of alternate history.
He does. Harry Turtledove did the one about what would happen if the alien invasion happened during Second World War, but he also did the one what would have happened if the South had won.
Yeah, but I think he did one. I think it was him. I'm sure where you've got something similar where you've got the coasts of America, and then the bit in the middle is still Native American, or whatever the correct term is. I think unless
people who love their country American.
Yeah, but unless I'm thinking, I've got a feeling that the Man in the High Castle had a similar system, but that was because
the Germans got one. I think the one, if I remember right, it's been a wee while since I read the one about the North and the South. Is I think it was called Southern something.
Oh, I don't know that.
Basically, it was what would have happened if the South had won the American Civil War. They had come to a peace arrangement with the Native American tribes. So they didn't back the Unions. So hence the reason why they won, because they got more funding from abroad, which meant the North was still the United States of America, and then you had the Confederate States of America, and the bit was the Native States of America.
If I remember right,
the British were favoring the South.
Yes, they were. Yeah. So no, but basically that's why the Confederates joined the First World War under against the Germans and Prussians, which led the North to join with the Germans and Prussians. So the North Americans fought with the Germans and Prussians against the British and South American.
I didn't read all the books,
which changed, and because of the way the war went, the First World War went, then when the Second World War came around, they had more in common with the Hitler regime, so they swapped sides, and it was all to do with they did the backing. They didn't want to do it overtly, so they would send money and guns to Germany and stuff like that, and it's just weird as hell.
I've only read some of that series. I've read all the World War ones with the aliens, but if I remember correctly, the South War ones was, I think they were the first ones he wrote, and that was a perfect example of the linchpin theory, because if I remember right, the whole reason for that is that the North, in real history, in actual history, the North captured some messages that a Southern courier had dropped or something.
Mm-hmm.
And in Turtledove's history, they didn't get those messages, or the other way round. And I think, if I remember right, I think
it was in Turtledove one, they didn't get the messages. Yeah. That's what the thing is. So it was actually a Southern courier got captured, so they knew where a lot of the troop movements were. And in the Turtledove one, that would never happen. So a lot of the battles were surprise.
Yeah, because they're interesting ones.
I never heard that the U.S. split into two when they joined the World War One.
Yeah, that's basically, if I remember it, because as I said, it was years ago I read, because I'm actually reading the one where what would happen if the lizard people attacked the enemy, because you've got the British and the Germans joining forces, so you've got the Tiger tank next to the Sherman, next to the Churchill, all firing on all these alien tanks that are attacking from the spaceships. It's basically it's an alternative. What would have happened if the aliens invaded when the world was at war? So the Germans are standing beside the Russians, try to shoot them, the aliens coming and charging towards them. It's a weird book, that one. It's on something that's 17 books. Yeah. But that's the one that I read the other ones years ago, so it's been a long time.
What I like about the World War ones is also, in fact, they've got a partial explanation for the Fermi paradox, because the reason that the aliens are surprised is the aliens send a scout craft to Earth sometime in the medieval period, if I remember correctly. Because I think there's no light speed travel, but they come back here, and they come back in World War II, and all the other races in the universe would have developed about 5 years in that time, but mankind has developed so much quicker that they've come back 500 years after 1356. Let's use Roman's favourite date. But they come in 1356. They come back in 1936, whatever years later, and they expect to have been hardly any change. But mankind obviously has developed it. So the reason they're surprised is all the other intelligent races that they know of in the galaxy have taken a very long time to develop.
Yeah,
which of course.
That sounds like the start of the Turtledove one about the
it is.
It's because it's a case of they're expecting to meet men and knights, so hence the reason why they've got their tanks and it's no like spaceship. They've got their tanks and their laser guns, but they're still actually in a hand-to-hand fight with all these German tanks and Russian tanks, and it was a case of when normally what happens is in this short time they normally go to basically be firing with bows and arrows or charging at them with swords and a horse.
I
remember that one
about how the 20th century went from Marconi inventing wireless to the internet. And then in the 19th century, it went from, the early 19th century when, people were being treated with, people still believed in the four humors, to the end of the century when we had x-rays and pasteurization and all that. So, the past couple of centuries, we've had more development than in about hundreds of years before that. Because remember, people talk about the noble savage. Well, they won't use the expression noble savage, but they think that the Native Americans were wonderful. Native Americans, Native Canadians didn't even have the wheel.
No, they hadn't developed anything in
the Bronze Age.
See, that's why I like some of the forbidden archaeology stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because they're saying, right, since 5,000 years ago, which was about 3,000 BC,
right,
when the Mesopotamians was the cradle of civilization. So in those 5,000 years, we've gone from hunter-gatherers to landing on the moon, right?
Yeah.
So they're saying that happened in 5,000 years. Okay, let's look at the 6,000 years beforehand where people says they were all hunter-gatherers.
Right.
Yet the Göbekli Tepe, Teotihuacan and all that in South America, the pyramids are all meant to have happened before that time, but they could be anywhere between Göbekli Tepe is 11,000 BC. So from there to there, something happened that they don't know about, but they think that these things got buried and these things went out of fashion. And I'm sitting there thinking, they're saying the first human fossil they found is over 150,000 years old, but that's the earliest one they found. That doesn't mean that was the first one, but that's the earliest one they found because obviously bones degrade and stuff like that. Yeah. So they're saying, right, so for 145,000 years, we went from hunter-gatherers to hunter-gatherers.
Yep.
And then in the last 1,000 years, we went from hunter-gatherers to landing on the moon.
Yeah.
So how come in 5,000 years we could do that? What happened to the 9 times 5,000 years that is missing from the first bone they found.
The problem, I understand that, but the thing is that you've got it's a cumulative effect. So
it's a cumulative effect.
You've got to have a population. You've got to have a certain population. You've got to have a certain population level before you actually start having anything other than hunter gatherers. You have to have a certain population level.
Yeah.
Have you ever played
What
Civ?
happened, right? Göbekli Tepe, right? Let's say to Göbekli Tepe, they've actually marked that down as it was 9,000 years BC, right? So it's 11,000 odd years ago, or between. But it was just about the time of the Younger Dryas, right? Which was they reckon it was a comet hit the ice shelves and flooded, which caused fires and floods, and that's what they say, and coincidentally that the Mayans had a flood myth. The Christians in the Mediterranean had a flood myth. The Aztecs had a flood myth. The American Indians had a flood myth. The Australian Aborigines had a flood myth. They're all just coincidental because they all mention the flood. They all mention the fire. They all mention in the light the thing going dark. But they're saying they actually suspect that's what happened. That's why the thing was raised. So the thing is, most people would have congregated around the coast. So if they it would have drowned a lot. However, they're not saying that there was guys dotting about with Daimlers and helicopters and spaceships. They're saying it was a civilization, because you look now, you can go to certain parts in the Amazon or certain small islands and there's still hunter-gatherers.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And you've got a civilization next door. What they're saying is that the Atlantis myth, right? Let's say it was a advanced civilization, doesn't mean it's spaceships and it just may have a different
advanced time.
Advanced compared to the time.
Yeah.
So, whereas all the different cultures around the world, roughly about the time of the Great Catastrophe, these group of people came and actually taught them reading, taught them writing, taught them to agriculture, taught them factory farming, animal husbandry. They taught them how to build. And this is different places around the globe who have never had accordingly no contact, have different myths of these group of people who were survivors from the before time, who taught them all this.
Don't forget, there have been ice ages over time where the Earth was encased in a mile thick of ice.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about. And what happened was they reckon a comet exploded and struck the North American and North European ice thingy, which caused it to, caused massive fires also all across America. Hence the reason why you've got a lot of the mammals, the megafauna disappeared.
Well,
the Clovis people disappeared. The Clovis people as well disappeared from North America because of the cataclysm.
Camels lived in what is now northern North America.
Uh-huh.
And they obviously don't anymore. You find marine fossils.
Mammoths were in America.
Middle of Montana, which is in the middle of nowhere.
Uh-huh. Mammoths were in America.
Yes.
Gone. And they reckon it was the Younger Dryas. It was the comet strike and explosion, which caused a lot of fires, but it also caused all the ice sheets to melt. Hence the reason why the earth, the seas rose something like 500 meters or
it was a lot.
It was a lot. So, but they said a lot of people would have stayed around the coast anyway because there's the water and that was the fertile part of the vat, and then suddenly drowned. And so there's a lot of things round the coast that people don't know about. So there might be things there that point to a civilization. It's not necessarily the guy standing there. He's still got his spanner, trying to tighten a bolt. He's not going to find that. What they might actually find is crystals or whatever.
Well, ancient Greece was advanced compared with places in southern Africa.
Yeah, and also in ancient Greece got taught things by ancient Egypt.
What, you mean Wakanda wasn't there?
Aye. But the thing, right, see, Egypt actually said to Plato that in the time before, well, they actually said to Plato's ancestor, who was about 400 years before Plato, that it came down in the family that this is what they got told, that the Greeks were a young race that forgets their past, whereas the Egyptians had it all written down. So archaeologists have taken this list that they had of all the kings, and it says from about there down, that's all factual. See, from there up, I could have probably made that up, because they talk about god kings and they talk about the time before when it was gods that actually run it. And so all these ones that have got like maybe 400 years reign, they were all gods. And then these demigods have got about 150 years reign. And then, oh, there's one there. From there on, it looks real. So from there, they're all so they actually gone back to that, and they reckon that's how they could tell that how old the Egyptian civilization is. But everything else above it, they made that up. And you're sitting there thinking, so how can you take half the stuff and say it's fact, but in the same list, you say, but that's all made up. And the same, they did that with Plato. Plato's Atlantis myth, which his ancestor Solon got told by an Egyptian priest that this is what happened to Atlantis, or the Atlantis 9. I think it was 900 years before him, or 9,000 years before him, and which just turned out, surprisingly, happened at the time of the Younger Dryas. So basically, it was coincidental that it was the exact same time that the thing that happened that caused the flood and caused all the fires. It just because Atlantis got sunk with a catastrophe, it caused fires and flames and sinking. That was just coincidence, and it about the same time as the Younger Dryas. That was another coincidence, but they're saying is a lot of Plato's writings were historic. So they took all that information, and then they got to that bit and says, oh, that's fake. Take that out, because that's fake. Oh, sorry. They said, take that out, that's fake, because that's probably just a story somebody told them. But the rest of this is all real, and you're sitting there thinking, how can they actually take information from the same source and say, that bit just sounds weird, that must be just a story, it's fake, and take it out. But the rest of it, they say, here's the facts. And you're sitting there thinking, something no right, something's completely wrong. So I've been getting stuck into that again, hence the reason why I've been watching like The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. I've been watching Nerdrotics, what did they call it? Forbidden Architecture. I've watched you.
Forbidden Architecture?
Forbidden Frontiers. Forbidden Frontiers is the Nerdrotic one. It's 14 episodes in, but they actually started by looking at the Graham Hancock's Netflix series, Forbidden Architecture. I've been reading the book Forbidden Architecture, Graham Hancock's Magicians of the Gods and stuff like that. So I've been reading a lot of those books, or audiobooks. So I've technically been listening to somebody reading them to me. So I've been doing a lot of that, driving and stuff like that. So I'm getting right back into that, because I used to be into it a long time ago, and I still remember it. I'm just getting right into it again.
The Lotus Eaters, the main reason that I actually subscribed to the Lotus Eaters rather than just listening to their podcasts is they do every week, every Sunday, they drop a history 1.5 to us. The ones they've been doing recently have been ancient history. They mentioned that city that I can't remember that they reckon thousands of years old. Then they come. So they started off the 100th episode. They did Sargon the Great, because of course that's what Sargon of Akkad, right. But they went back and they're going forward. They started off with the first cities and the rest of it, and they're currently I think they just finished doing the Assyrians. So they're going back. They're on just say about 100 plus of epochs now. But the last few ones they've been doing that about ancient cities and about as they moving up the Sumerians and the Assyrians and the rest of it. So they're starting way back there again. Which really, but I'm saying, unfortunately, you have £5 a month.
You cut out there. You
have to be a £5 a month bronze tier member to listen to the premium content. But that's the reason why I did it. I don't mind paying, I don't mind paying that because a lot of the premium content is really interesting stuff. But so they've started carrying those again. So they've got that one. They started off a while ago. They started off doing he's done it on Rome. They did a bit. They started off with they did a bit about the Anglo-Saxons. Then they did. They went up. Then they went up to. They went from Hastings all the way through to Henry II. I think that's the last one they did. Was it Henry I? They did. Then they've stopped there. And they're going to go back. Well, they keep doing the same thing, but they're currently doing ancient history, which is I always find interesting.
Yeah.
Pangea, I think, was one of the ones where the dinosaurs live, which is why you get dinosaurs in all the on all the continents. I've got a feeling the theory says there have been 2 or 3 mass supercontinents, but yeah, Pangea I think was the last one.
There was Pangea. There was there has been. I can't remember all the names. But it's because of the crust moving in.
Yes.
It's moving all the time. That's why what causes earthquakes. That's why California is on a fault.
Yeah. The Himalayas are there. If I remember right, the Himalayas are gradually. The Himalayas, I think, are gradually growing each year as India, the bit of basically India, kind of pushes into Eurasia. Because that's what the Himalayas are there for, as well. That moved up as well.
Yeah, they're growing, a fraction of a couple of millimeters a year, so it's tiny.
Oh yeah.
After a couple of thousand years, then you notice it. But none of us is going to be here.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and anyway, in Pangea, there was a the show the dinosaurs were filmed on, so that must be true. I saw it. That was when Disney used to be good.
Yeah, I know.
But no, I've got stuck into all that. Nothing to do with the fact that my metal detecting's kicking off, and basically I started getting into history, and then it actually took me onto divergent parts of history and stuff like that. I've always had an interest in all the divergent parts of history. It's just that when you get caught up in something, you can, as Jim used to call it, squirrel.
You can get seriously screwed off.
So yeah, I've been caught up with all that, and that's what I've been doing a lot of reading or audio. I've got Magicians Are Gods. They're all in my thing, but a lot of Hancock. I've even got a lot of Eric Von Daniken. I've got a load of other bits. Forbidden Archaeology is a good one. And it's just a case of you're sitting there thinking, so-and-so says that these are all coincidences, but did you know that in the Aztec mythological history was about a great flood and how the waters rose and the advanced civilization that is off the coast actually got drowned out, and some of the people survived and come and taught us this and taught us that and taught us this, and then we built this, and then they says but that was coincidental because seeing Egypt at the other side had no contact with them, and they just started building pyramids roughly about the same time, but no contact with them, and they've got a myth about the great floods and the sky's going dark, and then suddenly these people coming from this mythology, and it's things like that. They're saying, but it's all coincidence. That country over there, that continent over there, they all have the same myths and legends about the sky going dark, the fires, which a couple of 100 years of great with the ice caps melting, and then suddenly there was a deep freeze again, and then it all come back. But that was just myth, and it was just coincidental. At the same time, they had the same myth, and they had the same myth, and they had the same myth, and they're talking about people who looked European but with beard. were coming out and teaching them how to do these things because they'd lost all that technology. But isn't that a coincidence? And you're sitting there thinking, it's when you actually tell people, say, but he's got that story and he's got that story and he's got, they say, oh, it's a coincidence. So you're getting 15 groups of people who have they've never met each other, and they've all got the same story or a very similar story, and you're saying they're all coincidental.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's when I actually find it ridiculous when you actually hear it, and then they turn around and say, well, Plato's thing about Atlantis is it was just an analogy just to actually say when people get really evil, they get destroyed. And you're sitting there thinking, but he picked a time that he wouldn't have known about when the Earth was struck by a comet, which caused flooding and great fires, which caused the skies to go dark. But he sort of described it in here, and the rest of the stuff in the same booklet, the same scrolls, are all about history, and they took all that as fact. But this part, they seem to go, oh, that's fiction.
What also gets is a lot of people who the young Earth Christians who think that the Earth is only 5,000 years old. And I admit I am a believer, but I'm not a young earther.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely accept that the Earth is billions of years old. And I actually said to somebody one time, so you're telling me that God is mercurial and he's got a sense of humor and he gives us technology to determine how old something is, even though the Earth's only 5,000 years old, yet God supposedly gives us technology to figure out that something is 25,000 years old. And they have no answer for that.
Yeah. See, most of the people I know who are Christians, it's not a case of, well, the Bible says this, so that must be true. It's an analogy for something else. However, they don't take the dates and things critically as in that. So they, yes, believe that the Earth is billions of years old and life developed. It's all to do with the moral compass. The Bible's about the moral compass, and it's a belief. And hence the reason why the father-in-law is a minister, and a couple of his friends, close friends, are ministers of different faiths, because they've all got things in common. They meet at certain things that they used to when they were younger and things like that. And just because you're Jewish and maybe you're Muslim or you're thingy, they've got a lot in common because they're men of faith of all different types. So they got on really well. And it's not a case of, but you're wrong with this because you're saying, because it says they basically just talk. They have got a faith, and they don't actually criticize anybody else's faith, and they just basically they get on well and they talk about other things. It's no as if that's the be all and end all. They've got interest in other things, like my father-in-law, he's a Star Trek fan, and we go to Comic-Cons. Yeah, I mean, so it's things like that. It's just a case of I've never came across anyone. One of my friends, tell a lie, one of my friends, we were talking about flat Earth, and she says to me, and I was saying I'd listened to certain guys, and it was a case of I can't believe in this day and age people still believe it. And she says, you need to read the Bible because you're almost there. And I'm sitting there thinking, huh? Is she being serious? And it's just went. And she's saying, because in the Bible it says this. And I said to my mother-in-law, and my mother-in-law just went, my mother-in-law, a minister's wife, just went, see the part she's talking in the Bible. It's when he's standing, talking to go to the four corners of the four places in the earth, as in, he's not saying the four corners as in the flat plane.
Right.
It's basically saying, so where does she get that means it's a flat earth? Because I've read the same passage and I just get it meaning it's somewhere around the earth. Because that is a phrase, the four corners of the world.
And so how do you know what it said? And how do they know what it said in the original language it was written in?
Exactly.
It's translated into English, and it's translated into a colloquial English so people can understand it.
Yeah, but it's the fact is that it's different. It's just a case of one person takes it and they take it literal, and you're saying, but you can't see the curve, and you're sitting there thinking, really? Well, if I spin a ball in my hand, the water flies off it. You mean because you're in this big ball that has got higher gravity than the small ball, you don't expect it to fly off it? Doesn't work that way.
I mean, then how does Australia have different seasons than we do?
Yes, exactly. And why do they have different? They see the stars at different times,
right? And they see different stars. Period. They have the Southern Cross. We've got
Australia's a fiction, didn't you know? Sorry, Matt.
I know, because that was another thing I said to one of my friends who was a flat earther, and I says, "But you've seen pictures from the moon of the Earth, not the composite pictures, because the satellites take pictures, then they put it up." And he says, "But there's a picture of it was taken from the moon. Look, that's fake. Have you ever really seen it?"
Well, no.
I've never been on the moon, so no. So it's fake. How can you prove it? I says, wait a minute. I says, have you ever seen a koala bear? He says, uh-huh. I says, where? He says, on the TV. I says, so you've never been to Australia? No. I says, so I feel Australia's fake. What do you mean? I says, well, you've never seen it. You've only seen pictures of it. You've only seen movies of it. You've never seen Australia, so it must be fake. No. I says, why not? Because you said that picture of the moon is fake. And because you've not been there, and you've not seen it for yourself. And you're saying you've never been to Australia, you've never seen a koala or a kangaroo for yourself, but you believe that's real and that's not real. So why? I bet that's different.
Well, all you do is say, how do you know the Earth's flat? Eratosthenes of Samos worked it out 300-400 years BCE,
and he was a couple of percent off in his calculation. Yeah. But the thing is, and that's enough.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's basically you see a picture of the solar system according to planet the flat earthers: ball, flat, ball. You're sitting there thinking, oh, these people crazy.
The Earth.
The people who are blaming the internal combustion engine for climate change on Earth. Well, what about climate change on Mars and Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus and all these other planets? What's causing climate change there? They don't have internal combustion engines.
What caused all the climate change before the combustion engine came along?
Exactly.
It must have been all those cows that they're actually making wear masks and
Earth was
it just goes.
But no, the Earth's not flat. The Earth is pizza shaped, and up.
Got rid of it.
The Earth is pizza shaped, and after that, it's turtles all the way down. We know this.
Yes.
Well, in New York, there is a statue of Atlas holding up the world. I like to think of Atlas.
Well, I want to see a statue of Atlas holding up a turtle, which has got 4 elephants on its back with a great disc.
You see, the thing is, of course, that actually that's a misrepresentation. That's why books and maps are called atlases. But Atlas doesn't hold up the Earth. Atlas holds up the sky. So technically,
but the sky's not the Earth.
Yeah, but I mean, in Greek myth, Atlas is holding up the sky from it. He's not holding up the Earth, which is, you see the pictures, which is why a book of maps is called an atlas. Right. That's where that comes from. But in the original mythology, Atlas is actually standing on the Earth, holding up the sky.
Then what does he stand on?
He's standing on the Earth.
He's standing on the Earth. You imagine a mountain. It's Atlas is the mountain.
Yeah, basically.
So basically, at that point, the sky was a dome, and he's holding it up.
Yeah.
Well, that's the turtles all the way down. But if Atlas, in other pictures, is holding up the Earth, and what is he standing on? We don't know. A turtle?
No. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, that's
where does Doctor Who get a whale? if all the mythology says turtles?
Oh wow. That was a star, that was a star whale, and obviously it probably ate the turtles.
I know Matt Potts said he hated that episode, but I liked it.
I like.
See, I thought it was just another one of the meh new stuff episodes. It meant nothing. So I had basically some memories of certain parts, like the face it was sitting like that and spinning and stuff like that. It's just it was one of these mediocre ones. But then again, a lot of the new stuff that was mediocre. I think there's only one that I remember fondly.
Which one?
And School Days.
School Reunion.
School Reunion.
School Reunion. Best episode of the entire new series.
Let's later.
The Empty Child. I loved The Empty Child.
Yeah, I just thought that was ridiculous.
Gives me the creeps, that kid.
I understood the bit they were talking about at the end, and everybody. I mean, it's a case of the old boy going, "But I come in here with an amputated leg. Are you sure? Did you count?" So it was a good episode in that respect, and it was a wee bit creepy. But the fact that these medical nanites had found a dead body, and they brought it back the best, and they had a mask on, so they just assumed that everybody had a mask on. Yet they went up to repair another one, and that didn't have a mask, so it thought, oh, we'll need to put a mask in that one. Hence the reason why, are you my mummy? And so how, if it was going in to repair all these people, why did it only have the one comment? So it's changed their minds and their voices to say only one thing. So if it was repairing them, how did it not know what a repair was? So it means they were malfunctioning because it was turning everybody into a mindless zombie because it was taking all their memories and everything off. But when it fixed them back, they all had their memories and stuff. It made no sense when I started looking at it. Wow. So if you look at it, it's a creepy story and nice ending. No doubt about that. Like a lot of Doctor Who ones, you don't want to look too much into it because they can be a wee. But when you look at the figures from, or the reason behind it, it's turning all these people who aren't injured, or they are injured a wee bit, but it's taking people like the nurses and stuff like that and turning them as well. But they were not injured. So yes, the patients in the bed were injured to an extent, but it's changing them all into this less.
Well, because the particles thought they were healing them.
But that's what I'm saying. I can understand the parts of it, but it was taking ones that weren't. And then how can it take away all their memories and stuff like that? And, are you my mummy? And that's all they had. But when it found one that, wait a minute, this one here is the same as that one there, but it made no difference. There was another patient, a doctor or a nurse, and she just because she didn't have the same DNA trait as the wee boy, it says, oh, these are completely different, so we need to change them all to that. It just didn't make sense. That's all I'm saying.
You're reading way too much into it.
I was a reviewer. Mm-hmm. That's what I do.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. It's things like that. Just.
I mean, there's stories throughout the 60 years that don't make sense if you think.
Oh, there's a lot of stories. That's what I'm saying. If you look back at a lot of the Tom Baker ones, but they don't try and actually fuff with things and make it as if and they try and, oh God, what was the one? I'm trying to even remember the one thing. It was the one. So let's give the Green Death, right? The slugs and the things like that. Yeah, that was just, the story was behind that was a wee bit flimsy, or even the alternate one where you had the Brigadier with his eye patch on in the alternate world, and you're sitting there thinking that didn't make a lot of sense either. Or the bit when they're underwater with the William Hartnell with the fishmen and swinging and stuff like that made no sense. Or the Zarbi and made no sense.
I try not to read too much into it.
But the thing is, they were just done as fun ones, but they don't try and throw science in as if the science is be all and end all in it. But if you can't get the science right, there's no point doing it. Just make it, or you won't understand the science. Don't try and explain it, because that's when you try and explain it, It's like when Tom Baker says to Leela, "What's the biggest box?" "That one." "Okay," puts it away over there. "Now what's the biggest box?" She says, "That one, but it's in the distance." She says, "But this one looks bigger." Says, "Because it's closer." Well, that's how you've got one box inside another. And you're sitting there thinking, yeah, very rudimentary. You're talking about.
Well, how else are they going to explain?
Yeah. But to me, they shouldn't have. That's the point, because their dumbed down version of trying to explain it just made it look ridiculous and made it look as if they didn't know what they were talking about. Rather than saying is the TARDIS you see is just a representation of a door to my TARDIS, which is in another place. Instead of giving that, what's the biggest one here? You could just say the TARDIS is just a door that materializes like that.
Remember where Leela's from. She's not going to have ever experienced the concept of different dimensions.
Yes, but that's all he needed to say was it's a door to another place.
She still might not have gotten that.
But with the boxes, the tube cubes, and you're sitting there thinking, it made no sense, especially when he's trying to explain it to somebody who doesn't know, is very savage and doesn't know a lot of technical stuff. Because from me looking outside, I don't know a lot of technical stuff, but I understand where he was trying to get to. But I still thought that was ridiculous. But he's meant to be trying to explain it to someone a lot less knowledgeable than what I thought I was. But he was trying to explain it as if to a kid, and it made no sense. It
was a children's show.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's when they try and do things, it just makes no sense. And I've always been critical, even ones that I love. I'm quite happy to be critical of some of my favourite movies, because I know how bad they are if I look at them as a review. But I give them a pass for the simple fact is they're not trying to be intelligent. They're just actually trying to tell a story.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got ones to try and actually say something and it makes zero sense, like Tomorrow War. It's a good movie if you're watching it for no other reason than watching the action and the animation or and the CGI effects and the monsters. It's a good movie. But if you're telling me they're coming back in time but has changed nothing before the monsters arrive 30 years in the future, it makes no sense. Because if you know that's going to happen in 30 years, why are you sending all those people to death? Why don't you actually just train them up for 30 years and build up an infrastructure that can protect them in 30 years? Wouldn't you be better actually doing that instead of throwing all these bodies into the future who are going to die anyway? Do you see what I mean? You're sitting there thinking it makes no difference, because when they go into the future and none of them come back, and then, or when the ones that do come back, they're effectively living for the next thing, knowing that there's going to be a war happening and nobody's doing anything about it. It made no difference. It made no sense.
What one that did work is, did you ever see the Chris Christopherson Cheryl Ladd movie Millennium?
Heard of it, haven't seen it.
There's a bit, the risk of spoilers, there's a bit in there. Basically, what they do is they come back from the future. So they're in a future where it's very polluted, the rest of it. But they come back and they're kidnapping people. What they do is they take them off of planes that are about to crash.
Yes, I have seen it. It was the one with the wee boy who was meant to survive, and he wakes up and they're all dead round him already. And that's what he's telling everybody. They were dead before it crashed. Because he was one of the ones that survived, so they left him and they drugged everybody else and put dead bodies in their place and took them out. I thought there was ridiculous parts as they could create all the bodies who were identical to the people. Yeah. And you're sitting there thinking, so, right, we're going to go, this place is crashing, these people are going to die, get them prepared. But don't we need to get their DNA before we get them? No, just get them prepared. How can you do that? Yeah. So you're saying you can grow bodies with the same DNA structure of the person. It's just there's no life in it because it's just you're growing a dead body. right, so how do you get the DNA to create the DNA dead bodies? And it's things like that. So, right. So what we're going to do, I'm going to actually, it's 12:20, so let's start finishing off, because it's getting to the point is I want you to get up early tomorrow because I want to go out and do some beep, 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 beep.
I've got to, I don't want to be too late tonight. I'm going to try and get back into getting up early next week, so I'm on a course again. I'm going to get up at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. So have you got anything you are planning this week? Any streams, anything like that?
Yeah, we do actually have on Monday. We've got an FFSI.
Yep, you and Alec just sitting gabbing.
Yep.
Any subject in particular?
Not at the moment. No. Whatever we feel like nattering about, whatever the audience cares, chuck our way.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're in the chat for that one.
Hit the chat, but obviously I'll be at work, so I won't be able to hang out.
Yeah.
Long
What about you? What you, Julie? You get anything?
No,
watching, checking out
tomorrow at the B Movie Show as usual.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody needs to check it out because the worse the movie is, the more fun we have.
Yeah, and I'm just gutted that last week my internet died. I was starting to watch it, put my stuff in the chat, and suddenly went doink and froze. I'm sitting there thinking, what's happened? And then I realised no internet, and it was coming up and down, up and down. A couple of days it did that.
I was saying I didn't see, but I was saying on Blues Channel earlier on, I didn't actually see the show, but when I looked through the film, a large part of that actually was also released as an episode of Hammer House of Mystery.
Oh, okay.
Or Hammer House of Mystery and Suspense.
It's an anthology or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't think that the movie was a Hammer movie.
As our regulars know, like Peter Harrington and Melvin Deeply and some others, the worse the movie is, the more fun we have.
Oh yes, it has. It's definitely. It's always fun to actually watch Mr. Hyde and Wendology.
Oh yeah, it's a blast, and it's good to support our friends, and they are.
Yeah, definitely. So I'll be actually checking that out tomorrow, and there'll be a new video dropped in my other channel, PJ May Be Old.
I've been watching your videos, PJ. They're really entertaining. I'm looking forward to seeing what.
Well, the next one is just about the kit I've got, what I've got, and what you need, and what's good advice. And then the one on Wednesday, dropping is my first dig.
I was going to ask you. You're going to show us your first.
I did my first dig up of my. I've got my wee GoPro, and as you can see, what I did was because I've not got the part. I've not got anything to hang it on, so I had a bag across, and it was clipped there. But halfway through, it just went sloop and fell. So I put it back up and clipped it to finish the dig. So there's a bit where I'm digging hole, and the next bit where the hole is dug, and I'm just digging the stuff out. That's as much as I got out of it because there was
Faye.
So what I need to do is I'm buying a harness. It just goes over the shoulder, and I just clip that on, and it sits there, and it won't fall out. And I can do live digs. But I tried to do a live dig. The GoPro actually works very well for that. I thought it was, so
over the years I have watched channels of people who I don't know if they have a metal detector or they just look at stuff at the Thames. And
mudlarking.
They picked up some really cool stuff.
Most of it, there's some people who do mudlarking and just go and look. Yeah. And other people have got metal detectors for mudlarking.
I've just seen a couple of mudlarkers, and they've picked up some really interesting things like, 17th, 18th century buttons and shell casings and all sorts of really interesting things.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping now I've got my permission, I've got my detector, I've got my bits and pieces. I can get out a bit more. So Sundays is going to be my day. I'm hoping to get out most weeks.
The place you've picked, the place you've got permission for, has that been searched before?
No.
Oh, good.
The guy's been there 50 years, and he says only in the past once somebody's asked, and they never came back.
Oh, good. So you have a chance to
But the thing is, round about me, there's an old Roman fort which has been dug out since the 1930s.
Okay.
And they found some bits and pieces there. There's a Roman road comes to within about 10-15 miles of me, and they suspect it goes along the valley across the water from where I am, where my permission is. But I think that why would they come down the valley, then cross the water, and then continue up that way?
Well, technology is also better than it was all those years
ago. So but there's also the way I would see the Roman road. My theory is the Roman road doesn't cross the river and go along the top of the river. It continues, because if you're building a road, you don't want to build a bridge, so you wouldn't want to go across the river. You would want to continue down the same side of the river, and it's where it's going to. They reckon it's to the south, so they would want to stay south. And there used to be, there's near where I am as well, there's megalithic structures under parts of it's already known. There's a castle, there's a keep, there's battlefields within a 10-minute walk. It's Robert the Bruce fighting Lord Pembroke. There is as I said, the castles, the laird of the castle, his family got murdered during the Troubles. Ooh. When the Protestant Catholics, and so what he did was he moved out, built a keep, stayed there.
Oh, interesting.
Until the castle never get rebuilt because it would get burnt down and stuff like that. So there's battlefields round about, there's castles round about, there's Roman stuff, there's Neolithic, and in the area there's rumours of Viking works. It's slightly further up in the valley, but so all around me. Plus, there's a lot of there's an old railway which is 100 years ago it got taken out. There is there's been farms in here since 1860 and before. There is old paper mills, water mills, cotton mills, all over the place around about here as well. So there's a lot of history in the area I am. So that's what I'm looking for. Am I expecting to find Roman, Viking, Saxon? Nah. I'll be lucky if I find a 1948 penny. But
yeah, I've got a Queen Victoria money. I think I've got a half penny from her.
Yeah, I used to have a load because I used to collect coins when I was younger.
A lot of things like that. I lived in England, in Manchester, in 52, 53, I think it was. And so I've got a George V coin from him from Canada, an English or British Victoria coin. I think it's big enough to be a halfpenny. And I've got a whole bunch of things here that are kind of cool. But some of them are
PJ the numismatist, who knew?
I'm sorry?
Who knew PJ's a numismatist?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing your videos of the actual.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow I'm putting up one. It's just about the kit I've got and my what I think you need and why I found this and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. There's also one on Wednesday going up for my first dig. I'm going to continue just doing one a week. Any chance I get out, I'll do one, and if I don't, I'll do something else. But I've still got box openings to do for this channel. I've just not even had time for that. I've got other stuff to do. I want to do a couple of reviews if I get a chance. And Peter, and I knew there was a film called Murderlark, but there's a TV show, The Detectorists, which is fun.
I need to watch the rest of it. I've only seen a couple of episodes.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed that. If you get a chance and you watch up to the end of season 3, the 2022 special, sort of changes it. They try to take the story a wee bit further, but they undo what they did at the end of the 3rd season, which I thought was a wee bit disappointing. But it's not as if it ruined everything. It just they changed something, and I think the end of season 3 was a nicer ending than the special did, which is weird because I can't get enough of it. I wish they'd done more, but the special just undid wee bits from the previous one.
Got it.
But the Detectorist, I love. I watched it. I have watched it about 4 times this month. Nothing to do with the fact that I got myself a metal detector. Nah, I just want to actually look as if I know what I'm doing.
All I can say is, when you find that Viking horde, remember who your friends are, mate, buddy, pal.
Exactly.
Well, hey, Colin, I'll actually need to check to see if it was yours.
Did you plant anything, Colin?
Did you leave this up here when you were up the last time, 400 years ago? It's got CA on it. I wonder who's that.
Did you saying that? There's one of the channels I watch. He's called History Squad, and he was doing a series.
History Squad.
He's doing a series of videos on the 100 Years' War. And one of the first battles in the 100 Years' War was up in Scotland. It wasn't against the French because we were because the Scots decided to move down while the English were over in France. And in fact, when at the Battle of Crecy, at the risk of getting my head on, the Bishop of Durham actually had been up in Scotland fighting Scots, and he comes down, goes over to Wales, where he picks up his Welsh archers from Llantrisant, where I will be going later on this year again. And goes over to France. And at the Battle of Crecy, the Black Prince, Edward Woodstock, gets in trouble, and the bishop sends his personal bodyguard of archers who drop their bows, draw their swords, and go out and help the Black Prince out. As a result of which, sometime in the next couple of years, we are going to be again doing the 7-year beating the bounds ceremony, so they can keep the title of Freeman of Llantrisant. Because up until the Victorians spoiled everything for them, if you could actually prove descent from an archer who was at Crecy in Llantrisant, you got taxed. But Llantrisant got all sorts of tax boats, all sorts of things. And that was 600 years, 550 years after the battle. And the Bishop of Durham had actually come down from, I don't know if it's what's it he come down from, but I know he come down from Scotland, fighting the Scots, and then he come down and gone over to France. So yeah, I might have been up there.
There's a lot of history up here, so all I'm hoping is my first permission is basically my practice permission to learn how to use my detector, how to actually the digging and stuff like that. Good etiquette. Like, for instance, when I was leaving, climbed over the fence, checked everything, went back to the car, put it in, and I'm sitting there thinking, right, where's my juice? Walked all the way back, and there's my juice. It had fallen out of my pocket. So, and then I noticed that, and I noticed a bit of paper I dropped. So I climbed back over the fence and picked up my rubbish, back over the fence, back down the car. Basic stuff that if you're on somebody's land, you don't want to just leave things lying. You pick up behind you. And it's things like that. It's I'm wanting to, that's my practice field. The guy's been very generous. He says, those 2 fields down there, help yourself. He says, I don't think you'll be able to sign in because it's been a farm for as long as I can, as long as I know. And it says in the gate, it says a name and a date, and I don't know what they are. And I says, well, it's been here since at least 1860, and it had a slightly different name, but I couldn't remember the name off the top of my head, but I've got the new name. And he says, there used to be a farm along there. I says, I know, I could see it in the LiDAR. So you can see the LiDAR, the rectangle of the old farm. So eventually I want to get on that field as well. Just see what I could find, maybe an old key. And it's Victorian, because that's basically, his farm's been there for 100 and odd years. And before that, there used to be another farm just further down, which was part of the same farm complex. They just moved it. So things like that. So I've done a lot of research on the area. I've done a lot of research on the farms around me, and I've got my first permission. And then once that's done, I know the farmer said to me, these two, stay away from that farm, that's so-and-so's. And I know the two of them work closely together because I saw them driving down, getting into the other guy's farm with his tractor, and the two of them were working and stuff. So I thought, once I'm finished here, I can nip up there, and maybe he said, aye, he did it with me, and he'll say yes. And then from there, I'm hoping to go on and do more. So that's my plans, to learn how to do metal detecting. But truthfully, it gives me an opportunity. If I find something, don't know what it is, I'll do research on it. It might find something that's historical, which has nothing to do with it, but it might lead me down a route of the history of the area I stay in. And that's what I'm interested in, because I've done a lot of research on the history of where I stay. And that's the interesting part. So that's what I'm wanting to continue on with.
Yeah.
So
excellent.
Fingers crossed I'll find something that'll actually say, ha, look, a tractor was here in this farm more than 20 years ago. Do you know what I mean? So I am aware there's a lot of things that I'm unlikely to find. I did find my first find, which was hilariously funny, but it's on my Wednesday one. I don't want to spoil it for anybody. Not that I can spoil anything, but yeah. My PJ May Be Old is the channel, so if you do at PJ May Be Old, you can subscribe over there. I'm just actually going to do that for fun. It's my relaxing time. It's my get out and exercise time. So I had to do something. Getting old, need exercise. So
don't tell me about it.
So that's what I'm doing. So until next week, I will catch you tomorrow on Mr. Hyde's. And thank you everyone for joining us. Peter, Melvin.
I think everybody else is gone by now.
I think everybody else is gone by now, yeah. But thank you very much for sticking with us. And I'll catch you in Mr. Hyde's one next tomorrow.
Yep.
And ladies and gents, boys and girls, thank you for joining us and sticking with us. And from myself, Julie, and Colin, remember, we're not old, we're classic. PJ Maybe and the guys.
Night, everybody.
Good night. Bye.